Survived the 9-month brain rot. Let's go. Months we were. Months of burning $5 of Jeff Bezos' money. so cute. Bet. 16 months with my favorite streamer Hasan.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny and beautiful California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the MBs are having a fantastic
14
one.
months pog.
Because it is Wednesday, April 6th, 2022, 11:40 a.m. And I'm late. I'm late by 40 minutes. And honestly, if you ask,
Hi, Hasan.
Hasan, why are you late? Why are you late? You joined 100 Thieves? No, I did not. But I am wearing 100 Thieves jacket. It is Thursday, April 7th in New Zealand. New Zealand! Oh, thanks. Thanks, mate. Thanks for letting me know, mate. Thanks for letting me fucking know, mate. Nice to know. It is the next day in New Zealand.
First resub. Thanks to Sugar Daddy Bezos.
I pay you $5 a month. I expect you to be on time. I am a normal person. What? That was funny. Imagine thinking that the most consistent Twitch streamer on the planet, like 100%, and I will say that, like I will literally say that with my entire chest. I am probably the most consistent Twitch streamer literally on the planet. Fuck it. I'm gonna go ahead and say I am the most consistent internet content creator on the planet. I know that guy was joking, but still. It is true. Bro, this is literally there's a reason why everybody pops off whenever there's a whenever there's a joke in the chat and people just can't comprehend it, okay? Consistency offers warmth and familiarity.
Happy Wednesday.
To a lot of people who otherwise are not neurotypical, okay? But also, I'm literally, patterns and repetition. That's why people lose their fucking shit when I don't play Mufasa every Friday. My heart broke when you posted about having not watched Neon Genesis Evangelion. I thought you were a fellow weeb. I had not.
Bad day to live in Oklahoma. Oh wait, that's every day.
Literally, I was about to say that. I was about to say, is there a good day? What is this?
Let's go.
Why'd you send me this photo? Is this Comedy Russell? Is this Comedy Russell's girlfriend? Good for him.
Hassle.
This isn't like he's not doing comedy. Respect him. Respect it. King. They're doing great replacement like you when you fuck Chatter's moms. That's crazy.
Hasan is actually pretty neat, and he is the best blammo entertainer on Twitch.
Okay, so let me get back to what I was talking about, personal news wise. I'm a little slow today. I'm a little late today. Now you might be thinking, why are you late? Why are you late? Literally no reason other than the fact that I was watching Evangelion this morning and last night and after the stream.
Brain, almost at adult brain rot.
I've just been going crazy. Like I've just been watching I'm on like 24, episode 23 or 24 at this point. It's cool. It's good. You completely hate Shinji yet? Kind of. But I've hated him from the jump. He's so bitch made, dude. He really is just like, I'm sorry to all the depressed chatters who are like, what the fuck? Shinji is literally me. He understands me. Hasan would consider me bitch made. Like, no, I wouldn't. But bro, he's 13. I don't give a fuck. Dude. First of all, he's 13. In Japanese years, okay, 13 means like you're paying taxes already, okay? In every anime, the main character is 13 or 14. They just do it like that. I don't know why. I just wish they wouldn't. I wish they would just like make them a normal age, like 18 or 20. You know what I mean? But, you know. The director made it because he had gone through depression. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why I love Berserk and Baki and shit, because they're like They're badass. Probably my fault that I love shonens. Which are, you know, the target demographic is me when I was much younger. But because I didn't have access to all of it when I was younger, now I'm in my 30s still watching that shit. And it's like, dude, it's for, you know. It's still incredible, though. It's very good.
Jeff Bozzo has Prime.
Make a My Anime List account? Okay, dude. We're talking like, this is disgusting weeb behavior, okay? Shut up. Weebs still get the wall here, okay? Fucking don't think this is a safe space for you, you fucking filthy little weebs. Oh, make a My Anime List account. Ayaya. Oh, you are otaku just like myself. Hasan-sama. Okay, shh to the weebs. Shh, calm down. I'm not one of you, okay? I like watching anime. I'm not gonna make it my whole life.
PLS.
You have to, dumbass. You're gonna regret it later if you don't. Wait, what? Who is best girl? That's a stupid question. It's neither of the children.
Watching, it's been a great pleasure.
Yeah. Misato. Is any other, there's no answer other than that. Like, well, one, they're also, the other answers are literally illegal, okay? But it doesn't even matter because she is the best girl.
Avoided the brain rot and made it 18 months pog.
Kadyrov can't score a basketball. Okay. Anyway, look. We'll get to all of that, okay? We'll get to all of that right now. But personal news-wise, like, it was really nice this morning. I woke up early as fuck, and it was really nice this morning, and I was getting some sun, and then I started watching Evangelion again, and then I was like, yo, fuck, dude. I kind of don't want to. I don't know. It just didn't feel right. It didn't feel like I wanted to, you know, be live on time. That's why.
Hassle.
Took me a while to get off my fucking ass and, you know, get in front of a camera. You could say Ritsuko, but she's too fucking weird. No, not. She's not the best girl.
6 month streak and my brain is not yet scarlet rotted.
Claire Woodcock. Twitch influences ruin r/plays for everyone. I mean, how much you want to bet? Half of the fucking things that they love that they're gonna say was dope is actually made by Twitch streamers. Just so you know, this morning you said good morning to MBs and boys, but you said nothing about women. Why do you hate us so much? I literally don't know what we did to deserve this. I bet you hate lesbians too, you sick fresk. This is true. I've been outed. Yeah. I'm a sick fresk.
Careful wiggle hassle.
You already know this. I'm an LGBT foe. Specifically the L. And also just a woman hater in general. Yeah, he days only, baby. Going forward. Hey.
Hasan, why you late?
He days only. This is a safe space for he's, he, hims, and they, thems. XC put a giant purple butt on my name in r/plays, and I will never forgive him ever. I'm coming to Quebec to fight him IRL. He's a W hater because he keeps taking L's. Shaking my head. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, that's it. That's just, I'm in a weird mood. I don't know what it is. Oh, the Reddit user JD had been active on our place since the subreddit reemerged on Friday. He acted as a freelancer on the subreddit, a solo pawn of the world against giants, just watching the world be taken and reconquered again. As he described the motherboard, he would go to areas where he thought help was needed and tried to assist smaller communities in getting their share of screen space. It would be a shame if it were all just the big streamers who own it as free advertisement for their channel. I mean, I don't even think that's what people were doing. Like, were people doing that? I mean, there were some streamers that were doing that, but like Asmongold didn't do that. He used it to build beautiful guts. He built a fucking Total Biscuit. You know, I fucking used it as an opportunity to advertise, obviously, the most important thing in my life, which is Cussy. You know? Look, the truth is out there, man. The truth is out there, okay? Cussy is real, okay? In the car cinematic universe, there are female cars, male cars, women cars, okay? And then there's baby cars. So obviously this means the existence of car pussy, aka Cussy, is real, okay?
GG Izzy.
Even XQC, I mean, XQC just did that ape because, like, he just didn't know what else to put there. But, like, other than that, Miskiff didn't even put his own logo that much. He had, like, one little tiny fucking sliver in his own logo, but other than that, he made, like, Donkey Kong and shit. I don't know. But between the creation and destruction, they, them cars through. No, they, them cars. No, I'm just kidding.
6 months, please make me a coffee.
Car cinematic universe is deeply transphobic. No non-binary vehicles. I like the existence of, like, drama being created within the Cars cinematic universe, because they're like, no, sorry, it's just you're a AFAB car. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay. Actually, that's, you know what I'm saying? Literally what fucking Republicans have been talking about for the past month, actually. I just realized, like, in my mind, that's an incredibly stupid thing. But in the minds of Republicans, that's policy. That's literally policy. That's like half of what they're crying about right now is like, the car cinematic universe has to have male and female cars that are fuckable. Okay, that's it. No, they, them cars. And no gay cars either. It's called Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Woke Disney is destroying our children with gay cars. I've been looking at the muffler of every car, making sure. Controlling every car, making sure they got cussies and penises. No hybrids. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's like actual policy, dude. What a fucking sad, pathetic world we live in.
Party popper.
Oh my God. I don't know. Maybe Evangelia's making me fucking depressed. Okay. Someone said AFAM means assigned female at manufacturing. Uh-huh. It's depressing the further you go along. Yeah.
Pogo.
Whew. Anyway. Let's do it. Let's get into it. There's a lot of news to cover, so let's fucking,
yo,
you know. Noam Chomsky came out once again and was like, the world is ending. Poor guy, dude. They keep rolling him out of bed. And he keeps telling you, like, the world is gonna fucking end. We have a threat of nuclear holocaust that's imminent. Simultaneously as we deal with anthropogenic climate change destroying the world as we know it. Nightmare world that we live in. Isn't that great? Noam Chomsky be like, the world is ending and I plan on living to see it. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm live and there's lots to talk about. Oklahoma
7 months already prepaid the next
trying to
6
ban
Hasan.
all abortions because motherfuck the Constitution and the SCOTUS.
Hassle.
Western leaders are trying to figure out how to deal with Russian war crimes, possible Russian war crimes. Get in now.
15 months on my birthday week.
Listen, at least we got each other, guys, okay? Gonna have to wait another year for AOT. What the fuck, by the way? Yeah, dude, I know. Honestly, that's the biggest bullshit is like, if the world is fucking ending.
Why does your jacket say Attack on Titan on it?
If the world, because it's an Attack on Titan jacket. If the world's gonna fucking end before Attack on Titan finishes, I'm gonna lose it, okay? That is not cool, dude. This shit started like 11 and a half years ago, bro. Come on. What do you want me to do? Read the fucking manga? Like, ew, okay? No, I will not be doing that, okay? Oh, read the manga. It finished already. No, I don't care, okay? Shut up. You're a nerd. Like, I want to watch the anime. JoJo is another fucking issue as well. It's just bullshit. There's a lot going on.
Let's go BBM gone.
Hey, Carl Network, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. There's a lot going on the planet that is frustrating to me, okay? Imminent nuclear holocaust, anthropogenic climate change changing the planet, Republicans taking any and every opportunity to use state legislatures to like straight up bring America back to the fucking Stone Age. And then on top of that, you can't even finish the fucking anime stories that we started. It's fucking bullshit. I want to know what's going on with the Titans, okay?
Love the stream has. Thank goodness I'm not physically conservative.
That's the worst part, not the other stuff. At least if we like wrapped all that shit up, then we could, we'd go quiet into that good night. We play the transphobic Harry Potter game when it comes out? Yes. You know what they should do? They should remake Berserk, but actually draw it this time. No CGI. Like the OG series. Not just the Behemoth, which was pretty good, even though that was CGI. Like, it was acceptable.
Keep up the great work, bro. Love your stuff.
Animators barely get to go home as is. Yeah, exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying. Sorry. You have a very important role.
26 months to Errol is already walking around asking why dad is fucking everyone's mom Sag.
All right, where are we at? Does anyone have a good meme to blast off with? They can't. It's literally too complex. Yeah. Dude, that's why, like, Evangelion is so well drawn, it's fucking crazy. Like, older anime is, not to be one of those guys, but a lot of older anime is so fucking insane when you think about it. Like, but also Attack on Titan does have psychotic fucking frames. I mean, last season of Attack on Titan, those fight sequences are fucking insane. Like, actually insane. Berserk remake, no CGI is your best take you've ever had. Yeah. Does anyone have a good blast off meme or what, dude? No blast off meme from the chat? Okay. I'm looking at OK Buddy and everything is literally r/place jokes. What the fuck? Yeah, we can't do another 9/11. Especially with One Piece meme. A 9/11 One Piece meme is unacceptable. The Inky anime I've watched recently is the Fruits of Basket remake.
Topo the Mornan lads.
Not a weeb, by the way.
26 months stat. Please be proud of me.
All right, here I'll put the fucking. I mean, there's a Ukrainian flag on it, so people are gonna get mad at this probably.
It's time for you to accept that.
Yeah, fuck it. I put the Spider-Man.
If you are buff and sexy.
I put the Spider-Man meme on there. Let's see. I hope I don't get fucking canceled. People are gonna be like, I can't believe you said that about even Ukraine, like, at all.
A whole year of brain rot with a lot more to go.
Time for another canceling. Bro, people are so fucking horny for that shit that they get mad at me when I dude, this conflict has rotted the fucking brains of so many goddamn psychos that, like, they literally will be like, when I'm talking about the Russian Nazis, they're like, why are you even pointing out that there are Nazis? I'm like, brother, those are the Russian ones. I'm not even talking about Ukrainian Nazis in this one. And then he's like, well, why are you even pointing to Nazis to begin with? It's like, what difference does it make? I'm like, what do you mean? It's just, that's like that's Russia's whole, fake fucking reasoning for it.
24
like,
months.
what? Since when did we turn this conflict into an opportunity? It's so weird that, like, a lot of people sees this as an opportunity to, like, I guess, one, whitewash Nazis and defend them functionally. Okay. And two,
Mr. Streamer,
they've seen this as an opportunity to just, like,
as a straight person,
whitewash America's fucking war crimes too. Is just so strange. Anyway. Yeah, Brandon had a good take. Let's start with that one. Let's start with a good take,
You're
dude.
also a weeb. Hey, say hassle.
That's what unions are about, in my view, about providing dignity and respect for people who bust their neck. That's why I created the White House Task Force on Worker Organization and Empowerment,
10 months to
make sure the choice to join a union belongs to workers alone. And by the way, By the way, Amazon, here we come.
Watch. Watch.
It's happening. It's happening. Folks, it's happening. It's not going to happen, but still, you know, it's cool that he's even saying that. God, we are so pathetic. That's right. Left of Lenin, baby. Workers' councils.
Watch. Watch.
That's it, dude. Biden said permanent revolution. No, I'm just kidding. Biden said party of Lenin, the strength of the people, dude. That's what he said. That's crazy. It's over. It's a wrap, dude. By the way, dude, he gets Joker face so hard right here. This is him going, yeah, no Trotskyism. This is fucking Brandonism, dude. Let's go, Brandon. Marxist, Leninists, Brandonists rise up. Biden be like, you have nothing to lose but your chains, dude. That's what he's saying. Dude, I saw this tweet. It was so fucking dumb. And Murtaza has like some decent fucking takes. You know, but this was like such a wild thing for an Intercept writer to put out there when like you know the history. Yeah.
I hope you are doing well.
If you want to know why Afghanistan is the way it is, yeah. It's because Russia spent a full decade doing to Afghans what it has been doing to Ukrainians in the past month. The country and society never recovered after this. Like, bro, do you not know anything about the history of Afghanistan? Like, what the fuck?
Official Hasan partner.
First of all, that was the USSR, so like, you know, Ukrainian involvement there in Afghanistan too, for the record. Okay, so like, that's number one. Number two, like, half the dudes that Russia is now fucking killing, like all the 60-year-old motherfuckers that Russia is killing right now are literally veterans of the USSR from the Afghan war. Okay, so there's that. That's number one. Things were a little different. Number two, there was the Afghan government was an operational, functional government before the civil war. Okay, so I don't know why he's just making it seem like the Afghans were just there taking it. Like they were just a nation of fucking tribes or something. Like it's such an Amera-brain take that I'm surprised that a Middle Eastern dude would say. You know what I mean? Maybe he's just been looking into blockchain and cryptocurrency a little too much. That it just like broke his brain, okay? So there's that. And lastly, while the official like Operation Cyclone take is that America only started funding and supplying the Mujahideen you know, after the USSR it came in to help and also overthrow, but also help at the behest of the communist or pro-Soviet Afghan government. Okay. Later down the line, they found out, or we found out when Brzezinski actually fucking flexed about, you know, personally funding and arming and training the Mujahideen against the pro-Soviet government at the time, way before the Russian invasion, the USSR invasion, okay? So, you know, there was, our involvement was important there as well. There's a lot of parallels that you can draw between the USSR, Afghanistan, and Ukraine and Russia now. And by parallels, I mean, you know, America's involvement in both of those affairs. Now, this is before we also talk about the obvious, which is, you know, our guys then took over Afghanistan. And then we were like, fuck that. Let's go invade. Because our guys that took over Afghanistan, we no longer like. We got to fucking hit something after 9/11. Because our guys did 9/11. Okay? So now we got to fucking go after our other guys that are, that are holding the other our guys that did 9/11. So now we got to fucking hit something. So Afghanistan looks pretty good. You can say 821 Pepela all you want, but this is literally just historically accurate information that I am relaying to people. Okay? Which is, if you get butthurt about that, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. You're just mad at history, I guess. I don't know. But then again, I wouldn't hold it. I mean, I would not be surprised if Americans, horny for not being like the main villain in a story for once, are also engaging in historical revisionism of like past atrocities as well. So, what is the rights counter to this? Do they just claim history is false? It's not even the rights counter. Liberals counter this too, and they say, no, you're a fucking piece of shit. But yeah, I'm doing critical race theory. Technically what I'm doing here is critical race theory, but like critical American imperialist theory, I guess. So but yeah, this dude should know better. It's strange that he's acting like he's exclusively the involvement of the USSR with the pro-Soviet government that is the reason why Afghanistan is in this situation, 20 years after we fucking pulled out. Yeah, I already made fun of this guy. This is the Obabe guys are going crazy. They're like, no cities during the Iraq invasion were ever made to look like Mariupol is just false. Why? Why are they using like dead Ukrainians, the blood of Ukrainians, as a way to like launder their own fucking war crimes? It's so psychotic. Just yet another reason yet another situation that once again proves what I've been saying all along, which is that Americans do not care about Ukrainian lives, Ukrainian security, Ukrainian sovereignty. They're just using this as an opportunity to either attack their foreign adversary, okay, because there's interests that are in line here, genuine Ukrainian interests for sovereignty and being rid of Russian influence is aligning perfectly with America's interests of weakening Russia's power in the global marketplace. And if they can sell more guns for our defense industry, then that's great. And also on top of that, our oil and gas producers get fat contracts to sideline Russia's oil and gas dominance in Europe. Okay? It's great. Win-win-win for the United States of America, baby. That's right. But for the liberal that worked in the Obabe administration, this is a great opportunity to just fucking say, listen, America's bad, but sure, you guys have been saying America bad, America wrong for a while, but hey, guess what? Not as bad as Russia, right? And that's fucking insane. Because 1,000,000% America was horrifying. If anything, a lot of my criticisms about Russia's actions are almost directly in line with my criticisms of American imperialism. Like literally. Just one-to-one comparisons almost. From the bullshit fucking reasoning for why you had to invade Ukraine, denazification being one, or fucking potential weapons of mass destruction being another one in the form of like labs with bioweapons in it. Like, it's just identical to claiming that they're only fucking hitting military targets, and when they kill civilians is actually killing military targets to when you inevitably end up killing civilians, saying that fucking the ones that did die actually were, being used as civilian shields, which is like IDF propaganda, straight up word for word verbatim. So, interesting stuff all around. What made this dude compare the two invasions? Ameribrained. Having American brain rot and like constantly having to deal with, like, I guess, not wanting to admit that, you did like morally abhorrent shit, or you played a role in morally abhorrent shit. In my opinion, it's easier to just fucking admit it and then move on from it. You know what I mean? And do everything you can for the rest of your life to ensure that it never happens again. But for a lot of people, they just don't want to fucking do that. They don't want to admit that because, it destroys their entire worldview, right? So because they don't want to fucking admit that, they instead rush to make these kind of psychotic comparisons. What's up, Michael? But yeah. XQC plus 10,000, 100,000 social credit? What is this?
No, dude! That's it. So lucky. So I had it. It's the island of China.
Whoa! What the fuck? Yo! My man said Chinese Taipei, dude. What the fuck? Biolabs come after the invasion. Main reason of invasion is to stop NATO spreading into Ukraine because the existential threat of the Russian denazification is not the reason. It's one of the goals of the invasion. Yeah. Even if you wanted to stop NATO expansion into Ukraine, which I understand that. I have talked about it numerous fucking times. Invading Ukraine is the dumbest thing you could have done for that purpose. It is the dream of every Atlanticist psycho to have Russia engage in such violent actions for the entire world to watch, so that all of their fucking takes about having even more military bases around the world and selling even more weapons have now come to fruition. It's been realized. It's been justified. Why are they acting like U.S. military was so safe to be around in Iraq? I was driving for my life every time the taxi or any car I was driving behind a U.S. military vehicle. I grew up in Kurdistan region too, so it was far safer. Imagine those who lived in Baghdad or other cities felt. Yeah. And like, there's a lot of motherfuckers who are out there just straight up saying, not a lot, but there is a decent amount of dudes out there who are like, yeah, the Russia stuff is actually fake. Like the Bucha stuff is actually fake. It's actually fake. And they're grasping at fucking straws. It's like, dude, you're being ridiculous. You're being fucking insane. What leads people to become hogs for you know, their understandable anti-American feelings turn them into hogs for Russia. And it's just something I do not understand. It's not fucking fake, dude. It's not. You're ridiculous. Anyway. Like, don't worry. America's still bad, okay? What is this? A video posted online on Monday, verified the Times, appears to show Ukrainian soldiers killing captured Russian troops outside of a village west of Kyiv on or around March 30th that the Russians were withdrawing. I'll thread some findings here. Uh-oh. I love the New York Times Visual Investigations Unit. These are the guys who literally almost single-handedly fucking caught the United States war crimes in Kabul too. I'm not going to watch it. But this was the other side's that those war crimes are not real moment. You know? A lot of people were literally saying that those videos were staged. Those Russian soldiers that like had their fucking hands tied behind their backs that were getting fucking shot in the head that Ukrainians were celebrating on Telegram channels were actually fucking fake. And it wasn't fucking fake. It was real. As Evan points out here, wait, hold on. Actually, I don't think he has a lot of... There's no blood here. He's not showing it. Yeah, one of the people that fucking constantly says I am pro Russia and I'm too stupid to fucking think about the complex matters said that this was fake. Well, the New York Times Visual Investigations Unit believes that it wasn't. He's still alive. Filmed these marauders. Look, he's still alive. He's gasping, a man says, as the Russian soldier with a jacket pulled over his head, apparently wounded, seems to breathe. A soldier shoots the man twice. He keeps moving. The soldier shoots him again, and he stops. 3 other apparent Russian soldiers, including one with an obvious head wound, who had his hands tied behind his back, are seen dead near the victim. All are wearing camouflage, and 3 white armbands commonly worn by 3 have white armbands commonly worn by Russian troops. Equipment is scattered around them. For the record, this was being celebrated. Like, it's not like, you know, it was being celebrated in the Telegram channels. That's how it came out. Just like the fucking beatings on the rear guard, the territorial defense beatings of Roma people. The soldiers are lying on the road a few feet from a BMD-2, an infantry fighting vehicle. Here, I'll show you that. Used by Russian airborne units. Some appear to have had their jackets, shoes, or helmets removed. Video was filmed on a road just north of the village of Dmitrivka. The location was first identified by open source researchers and confirmed by us. It is around 7 miles southwest of Bucha, where Russian atrocities have been alleged. The killings appear to be the result of a Ukrainian ambush. Oz Katerji posted the videos and pictures of the destroyed column on Twitter on April 2nd. Why would they kill Russian soldiers invading their country and raping their women? The Russians are just doing whittle invasion. First of all, the reason why the Bucha atrocities should not go unnoticed, okay, is in line with the same fucking reason why you shouldn't kill prisoners of war. Because Russia has prisoners of war as well. And then they're going to kill the Ukrainian prisoners of war. That's like one of the, if no rules, because I always talk about how like war is a crime regardless, and it is. The reason why you try to abide by certain rules, specifically the POW ones at least, is because both sides have POWs, and you don't want them to fucking torture and destroy your prisoners of war. You know what I mean? So don't defend this. Soldiers on the scene told us that the ambush had taken place 48 hours ago. One of the APCs was still smoldering even after 2 days of rain. Soldiers say they had removed 8 Russian corpses from the battlefield yesterday. Ukraine's defense ministry also tweeted about the destruction of the convoy, calling it precise work. These are not even humans, a Ukrainian soldier says as he walks among the wrecked vehicles, adding that they took 2 Russian lieutenants prisoner. I won't show you the whole thing because actually they've I guess they've what do you call it? They've blurred the dead bodies, but the soldiers are identifiable at blue armbands and say "Glory to Ukraine" multiple times. Their unit is unclear, but in the video, a man refers to them as the Belgravia lads, likely referring to a housing development a few hundred yards away. A Ukrainian news agency that posted a video of the aftermath of the ambush described it as the work of the Georgian Legion, a paramilitary unit of Georgian volunteers that formed to fight on behalf of Ukraine in 2014. The Georgian Legion also is the one that houses like all the foreign soldiers too in general. One soldier appears similar to a man pictured in close proximity, possibly providing protection to former Georgian president and Ukrainian politician Mikhail Saakashvili during a 2017 protest. Facial matching software has indicated a likely match to open source researchers. So, and Evan Hill also reports location uniforms, like in what ways have you confirmed this? And he says location uniforms, vehicle was verified. Reporters visited the scene and spoke with the troops. Ukrainian government confirmed an ambush. Ukrainian news outlets credited Georgian Legion. Participants speak in Georgian accent and has been pictured with Saakashvili, satellite imagery, etc. So, after what turns out, the districts of Kyiv, Russian soldiers are no longer taken prisoner, by the way. So, well, this happened before the Bucha reveal, for the record. This is just the verification that came recently. But it doesn't matter. Nothing justifies the horrific atrocities that civilians in Bucha were forced to endure, okay? I mean, look, those pictures are fucking awful. Those pictures are so awful, I can't even hide or censor it to show you. You know what I mean? It's virtually impossible to show you. There are people that were killed. We don't know if it's because of shelling. Can't find the VOD for this broadcast. Wait, what? I've been fucking clapped already? How the fuck? What is happening, dude? Wait, I don't even have a... How did I get dinged? I don't even have any, I don't even have a fucking email on it. Hold on, I'll ask my manager. My account manager. Jesus fucking Christ, so annoying. Ugh. What is it? Other streamers are having the same problem? No, I didn't show a bit of the picture. Shut the fuck up. It's not the reason. What is it? Check VOD publish settings. Northern Lion had the same problem. I've seen a handful of the pics from Bucha, and I can completely understand handful of soldiers are going Joker mode on prisoners, awful shit. Except this happened before then, so you know, it's not. That's not a justification for it, regardless. But it also didn't happen in this circumstance. It happened before that, before the revelation of such war crimes. By the way, I think Ukrainian sentiment is shifting on the ground from what I've seen, as far as I can see. Ukrainians are, as much as Zelensky is basically mentioning this too, but Ukrainians are starting to fucking realize that NATO is not going to help them in the ways that they thought NATO would help them whether it be troops on the ground, whether it be fucking additional assistance and support beyond just like, javelins and whatnot, which obviously the javelins are still very much, appreciated. Don't misunderstand me. But as far as I have seen, some of the Ukrainians are starting to get very frustrated with the fact that, like, Western nations are not, they feel as though Western nations are not holding out their end and are basically just letting them die in the fucking front line for their own endeavors against Russia, their own interests. For some in NATO, it's better for the Ukrainians to keep fighting and dying than to achieve a peace that comes too early. At least the Post is reporting on the sentiment, which prominent people assured me it doesn't exist when I criticized it. I mean, that's what fucking Zelensky basically mentioned that as well in his last conversation, in his last speech, where he was like, listen, if you're not going to fucking help us, like, the fuck are you doing? Of course, I've been saying that since day one, and people were fucking yelling at me saying, what else? What else could the U.S. do? I don't know. Be more honest about their level of involvement? Ukraine is turning into the never-ending Kurdish struggle for an independent nation state. Okay? Kurds know this feeling of helplessness and wanting sovereignty and aligning with America for the sake of that fight, only to completely get destroyed by the very same enemies that America used the Kurds against for a brief moment, only to just like cast them aside like used toys. So it's a story as old as time, which is, of course, what guided me to say what I had said from the jump. And it's not like Americans were hiding that truth. I mean, even like I mentioned, Hillary Clinton mentioned it. This doesn't mean that Ukrainians genuinely do not have a thirst for sovereignty and security and safety outside of Russian influence and involvement. This is real. But much like Euromaidan, for example, or color revolutions all around the fucking world, the American State Department or American, the CIA don't have power to create revolutions where no such genuine interest lies. They just know how to use legitimate security concerns to their advantage. It's the same thing always and forever. It is legitimate. Ukrainians wanting to be able to have sovereignty, Ukrainians' interest for sovereignty is legitimate. The most honest and most just. It's the most honest and most just take that a human being can have. Okay? It's what ends up happening in that situation and who gets to use that legitimate sentiment. It's who gets to use that sentiment for what end is what is important to recognize here. Okay? Does Russia ban abortions? Just curious to know whose words, Russia or Oklahoma? What? Don't be fucking stupid. At least Oklahoma's not butchering fucking the people on the streets. It's such a dumb American question. Like, come on. Anyway, I think the chatter was just making a joke, though. I think that person was making a joke. Did the peace talks fall through? Not as far as I'm aware. They're still ongoing, but the Bucha aspect, the potential butchering that occurred there is, of course, going to halt peace conversations a little bit. Hiding in the corners here is an impolitic point. The U.S. view on the best war outcome might not fully align with Ukraine's, whatever Jake Sullivan says. For those taking the view above, that means using Ukraine to grind Russia, but it also means pushing them to settle. But it could also mean pushing them to settle. I should add that if you think Ukraine's battlefield prospects are good, it makes sense to oppose a peace deal now and to encourage them to hold out for better terms. As well as they've done so far, I'm skeptical that will continue. That will be how it goes as the war continues, says Ben Friedman. Yeah. So, in my opinion, from where I'm standing, any moment that like America's not urging Ukraine to a swift peace deal and telling Russia like we will help we will give you assurances, no matter how fucking silly and sad and pathetic that feels, like you're taking an L by negotiating with the bad guys. That's how wars end. Okay? It feels weird and bad, but that's how wars end. Wars always end with some kind of treaty or some kind of negotiation. And what after that? Will we let Putin fuck around with other countries after that? After that, you have Moldova, but other than that, like you can't maintain the position that Russia's getting their shit pushed in by Ukraine, which, by the way, Ukraine has put up a very strong front, while simultaneously be like, and after that, what? Like, does Russia just fucking take over Poland? Like, you can't have these two opinions at the same time in your fucking brain, unless you're a liberal, you can. But like, it doesn't make any sense to me that on the one hand, you're like, Ukraine is fucking literally long-dicking Russia with the limited amount of artillery and limited amount of fucking firepower they have. And then simultaneously be like, well, what happens then? What about when they take over Germany? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? How? If they can't take over Ukraine, how the fuck are they going to take over Poland and Germany and all these other countries? You literally keep jerking off about how pathetic the Russian forces have been, but then you're like, when it comes time to fucking to maintain like some kind of peace negotiation, you're like, where are the assurances? Where are the assurances? How will the assurances? We need assurances. Like, otherwise they'll destroy Poland. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? They can't even destroy Ukraine. You're conveniently forgetting the Baltics and Finland. I'm not conveniently forgetting the Baltics and Finland. Once again, Finland has a long history of, purging Russians. So remember that. And two, Finland has additional security assurances by being in fucking EU, so much so that neutralization has been fine for up until this very moment. And Baltics are NATO, so I don't know why the fuck you're talking about Baltics. So that doesn't matter. But what I'm simply trying to explain to you, this is why I'm trying to explain to you that, like, Russia invading Ukraine was a horrible decision. Horrible, horrible decision from the jump. So much so that I did not think it was going to fucking happen. So much so that many people, including Zelensky and the Ukrainian Defense Ministry and the Ukrainian people, didn't think it was going to happen because it would have been psychotic, because this is what you are seeing, what's unfolding right now in front of your eyes was inevitably going to fucking happen. And guess what? It would have happened even without fucking NATO weapons, by the way. They wouldn't have rolled over Ukraine so easily with 44 million fucking people living in a goddamn country with a lot of open territory, with a lot of fucking resentment against Russia. It would have been insane to try to maintain occupation, which is why I said it's crazy. This is a crazy idea. And I keep having to repeat myself over and over again, but a lot of you don't see that. A lot of you don't recognize that for some fucking weird reason. So now that it has happened, look at how fucking horrible it's gone down for Russia. It's terrible. It's been terrible. It's been horrifying for Russia. I keep having to repeat myself for the past 3 months since Russia fucking invaded and even leading up to this invasion, but goddamn, dude. Now, that doesn't mean that, like, Russia has no power whatsoever. Of course they have enough power to fucking occupy eastern Ukraine, for example, for an extended period of time, especially considering the sentiment in such territories, okay? I'm not disagreeing with that. It was an absolutely insane thing to do, yet here we are, and this war is far from over. While I agree with you calling this inevitable, you're you pretty much inviting the freaks still caught up on you disbelieving what Russia was going to do in the lead up to the military op. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. Those people have already left this. Those people, for the most part, have already left this community. I think they're just like literally in circle jerking about how wrong I am still, and thinking that I'm fucking like advocating for Russia. Those are the same guys that when I talk about like Russian Nazis fucking come into my chat to be like, talking about Nazis again. Who cares if Ukraine has Nazis? I'm like, motherfucker, I'm talking about the Russian Nazis this time, and you're still doing that. If Putin declared war, he would have access to a full war chest. Putin fucked himself by underestimating them. Got billions cut off. Have you seen? So, U.S. don't want to have a center of power in Europe. That's why they're sabotaging German-Russian alliance. And their gas project German banking system is controlled by states, so they can't even say no to that and force act against their own interests. I mean, there's many reasons why the United States is winning, like, a lot in this war. But I don't care about the United States' interests. I care about, like, the safety and security of Ukrainian people. Ukrainian people that are getting fucking destroyed right now. Every goddamn day. I'm a liberal, and I think Ukraine is winning and should negotiate from the best position they're in now. Don't let chance to define terms of the deal like they do now, which is pretty much pre-war lines. Do you still think Ukraine should be willing to surrender territory in peace negotiations? I have maintained the position that I have since day fucking one, which is reinstitute and actually follow the terms and agreements and conditions of the original Minsk agreement. Okay? It is the most reasonable one out of anything you could think of. It quite literally dictates and designates DPR and LPR, just formal recognition as autonomous territory that is not a part of Russia, but is still within Ukraine's borders. And I can't have this conversation with a single fucking person. Crimea is already a non-negotiable term regardless, considering the demographic of Crimea and considering the attitudes of the Crimean people in general, the Crimean military, and Crimean history, okay? Like, and Ukrainians know this too. The Ukrainian government knows this too. You can say it's a horrible take all you fucking want, but it does not matter, okay? Which is precisely why Zelensky literally can't give up Crimea formally, so he's looking to push that conversation 15 years into the future. So you having a conversation from Idaho in your fucking in the comfort of your American white picket fence house, talking so easily about the future of Ukrainian lives, are going against what will ultimately happen regardless. You don't know the roots of this conflict? This war was prepared for and was not avoidable. The corpses and destruction from Donetsk are often shown. There's a lot of blood. Yeah, no, I am familiar with it. 13,000 fucking dead people is not something you can avoid. But that war only happened for the past 8 years in the fucking eastern region, specifically because neither party held up the agreement, the Minsk agreement. That was the issue. Okay? Now, I don't even know if LPR and DPR is going to maintain full sovereignty as an independent territory from outside of Ukrainian borders. Neither, you fucking White House shill. What? Then why wasn't the Minsk agreement respected to begin with? The Minsk agreement was not agreed to and was not respected for a couple different reasons. One, because Ukraine did not want to recognize LPR and DPR at all. Two, because they thought that this was like, if agreed upon, it would come along with a recognition of DPR and LPR that would basically allow Russia to have somewhat of a say in what they do in their foreign policy. That's the reason why they did not want to do that. Okay? They didn't want to, and also most importantly, there's two different attitudes here. And I've talked about this again a million times over. On the Ukrainian side, the Ukrainian government is faced with two difficult situations, okay? One is that if they actually end up, ceding ground to Russia, they're going to get fucked over by nationalist elements, okay? A lot of people would have been incredibly angry at the Zelensky government, and who knows what the fuck could happen in that situation. Okay? The other reason was because they thought that they would have security assurances to, not formal ones, but at least like, a lot of security assurances to be able to keep blowing the Donbass territory. Keep fucking shelling it, keep blowing it, keep fighting. So-called the socials from a $200 million LA mansion. Hey, why don't you forget to drink water and check your basic needs? You're doing great and I appreciate you. Oh, thank you. The Minsk agreements ended without recognition of their status for Donbass. It was just to stop fighting, I thought. Yeah, but it was supposed to. It was supposed to be a fucking peace treaty that actually did end up having recognition of status of DPR and LPR as independent regions that were still a part of autonomous regions that were still a part of Ukrainian territory. That was what was supposed to happen. And the Ukrainians did not want to honor that. They didn't want that. They were like, fuck that. And I'm giving you the reasons as to why they didn't want to do that. Because one, they would have seen it as, they were worried that the Ukrainian people would see that as like, being in Russia's pocket. And who knows what the fuck could have happened in a country with like a lot of nationalistic attitudes. Okay. And two, they thought that they could steadily keep bombing and take over that territory eventually because of all of the help they were getting from Western nations. Now, fighting separatists inside of your own borders is entirely different than fighting fighting the Russian government. Okay? Fighting a proxy war in Donbass, which was still incredibly bloody, with 14,000 people dying in the process over the course of 8 years, was still going to be easier than fighting the Russian military. I think the outcome is right. LPR, DPR, autonomous, Crimea, 15-year pause. No NATO, but no demilitarization. No blocks to EU membership. Security guarantees from EU, not NATO. Finland joins NATO. All that, and that's a pretty good outcome of all of this. I mean, I don't know what will happen with Finland, but we'll see. I think framing it in terms of honoring obligations that Ukraine never agreed to undertake is confusing people, even if it's the simplest explanation. It's also not Russia's doing. This was Germany and France leading the fucking peace negotiations in the situation, with America not having a favorable opinion on the Minsk agreements. So just remember that. When you want to have a convo about fucking you know, who played what role here. It's not slander. France has done a decent job trying to manage the temper Ukrainian attitude and manage expectations. I just read the 12 points of Minsk. It says nothing about Donbass independence or autonomy. It was all about de-escalation. Maybe you should read the part where the reason why it was not signed on to was because it literally would recognize if the signatories on the fucking Minsk agreement were the leaders of LPR and DPR, that would be a formal recognition as LPR and DPR as autonomous regions. And that's quite literally, there's quite literally the reason why there was a second one. Thank you for reading the bullet points and then fucking not understanding the whole reason for why there was, you know, a Minsk 1 and then a Minsk 2, which was a ceasefire and you know, pushing back the fucking artillery zone further behind and new lines. Anyway. Okay, so it feels like we are relitigating the same shit over and over again, but the 15 bullet points that there are that existed required the current 15 bullet points in the peace negotiations as is basically have reinstitution of Minsk and a formal recognition of LPR and DPR, demilitarization for Ukrainian forces, which of course, because Ukraine is a democracy, they will not be able to single-handedly agree to those terms. So that's going to be very difficult, the demilitarization part. But Ukraine itself has said that they would be fine with demilitarization as long as they could get security assurances similar to Article 5 from European countries, which UK has said no to. For the record. Like, Ukraine literally was like, we would even do demilitarization as long as we have security assurances from Europe. And European countries, or at the very least UK, said no. They literally said no. So stop yelling at me and go yell at Boris Johnson if you want. NATO chief says Finland and Sweden are welcome to apply to join. Bro, this is crazy. Like, I don't think this is a good... I mean, I guess if there's an opportunity to do it now, it's probably now, but... Oh, my Lord, dude. Oh, my Lord. Wait, why did he say no? Because it was always no. Because it was always no. Because Article 5 is a death sentence for the entire planet. This is considered to be Russia's motherfucking red line, okay? They were never going to fucking help. That was not a thing. That was never a thing. That was never a real thing. Just the promise of said thing, though, on the other hand, was enough. Yeah, I don't know if the Finland thing could happen, but understandably, Finland literally has a different approach to NATO membership now than they did ever before. So, you know, good luck. Good job. Straight up, great job, dude. Vladimir Putin, what a fucking what a 7D chess player that guy is, man. How incredible. I mean, so strategic. So much strategy. It boggles the mind. I'm always thinking, like, how much more strategy can he have? Oh, fuck. So great. This is straight up his doing, for the record, okay? Completely and entirely his fault. Okay. This is pretty funny. Ramazan Kadyrov, who is a manlet and not a short king, trying to play basketball game with a camera crew. I need to see this motherfucker's form, bro. Bro, that is the worst. Oh my God, he's just throwing it, dude. What the fuck? Yo. He's out here fucking chest passing up shots, dude. Wow. Brick factory. Yo, you could say that's like you, Hasan, all day, every day, motherfucker, but that's way worse, okay? At least I have good form on my shot. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Chat, stop using every opportunity to shit on your fucking favorite streamer challenge. Impossible difficulty, I know. Immediately, you have to use this. They're laughing. He's getting worse. This reporter you follow on Twitter hangs out with Azov Pepela. Who doesn't hang out with Azov, baby? Oh no, I know that already. Yeah, no, I know that. I've talked about this dude already. The Ilya Ponomarenko. Yeah, that dude is like, I mean, dude, he's fucking crazy. I've literally told you guys, like, this dude that popped the fuck off in the initial invasion is, I mean, he's gotten increasingly bloodthirsty over the course of the conflict. You laugh, you lose IRL. You laugh, you lose challenge IRL. That's funny. Yeah, I don't think the crowd is being forced to clap. But I don't know why you're like only focusing on that. It's pretty funny. It's a funny fucking video. Regardless, what is this? Cutie Cinderella response to Hasan talking shit. Oh, by the way. Can you not, dude? Can you stand the... That's literally from half court, bitch. It's not a free throw shot. What's wrong with you? The liar, the chatters are so hopped up on fucking trying to make me look bad that you're like, oh, look at this fucking idiot. Couldn't even make a shot. It's half court. At least I have good form. You guys suck, dude. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. This is exactly... You know what's funny about this? Well, one, top of the hour ad break is here, so fuck you. Okay, get fucked. Don't subscribe, so you will see the fucking ads, and you will continue seeing the fucking ads nonstop. Unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, okay? Twitch Prime is free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. Okay? Here's the woman out right now. Secondly, this was a fucking half-court shot. Fuck you guys. Anyway, okay. Twitch destroyed our place. We talked about that. What is this,
Disney,
cutie?
bro? It's gay as. You're gay as for liking Disney. Okay, I'm sorry. You are mega gay. Okay, especially as a adult.
Hello, Dad.
Shut the up,
Dad.
Jesus
Dad,
Christ.
I'm gay. I'm gay, Dad.
It's literally princes and princesses, dude.
Yeah.
Holy
Hasan
shit.
told me. I like women.
Make sure I get this quote right.
I'm mega gay.
True.
You, Hasan, you don't like anything. You don't like anything besides pussy.
That's not even true. I don't even like pussy, dude. What the fuck? I'm done with that, dude. I'm done. I'm done with all that, dude. No pussy for me, okay? Hey, yo. Dude, I'm fucking I'm an incel, dude. What do you mean? I'm on this grind set, dude. The only thing I'm grinding is just grinding for the sake of grinding. She is right, though. I do hate everything. Holy shit. I really got to start liking stuff. All right, let's watch. U.S. is imposing new sanctions on Putin's daughters and Russian banks. Let's take a look at what the fuck's going on there.
Leaders are convening right now in Brussels as the U.S. just announced new sanctions against Russia.
Antonio Blinken is in Europe, okay? Doing diplomacy. They're gonna add new sanctions to Vladimir Putin's daughter personally or some shit. Take a look.
Banking institutions as well as Vladimir Putin's daughters. Susan, I'm curious what you think about these sanctions, obviously against major financial institutions, going even further than they have before, but against Vladimir Putin's two daughters. How is that going to be received by him?
Well, look, it's obviously not designed to change the trajectory of the war so much as to send a very direct message to Vladimir Putin, which is that, we're going to shut you down and we're going to target your family in the way that you have targeted the families of your opponents. And it's certainly striking that it shows that sort of the gloves are off. And
Wait, what the fuck? Did you just say in the way that you've targeted your opponents? Holy shit. Does that mean they're going to feed Vladimir Putin's daughters fucking plutonium? What's going on? Wait a minute. That's a way bigger threat, dude. Holy shit. Hold up. What? I wouldn't be going around saying stuff like that.
That they're treating Putin essentially as increasingly a pariah in the world. But, look, the Alpha Bank, the Spare Bank sanctions are much more significant in terms of their reach. Those are the two. Spare Bank is the biggest bank in Russia, the biggest state-owned bank. Alpha Bank is the biggest non-state bank. Those are more significant in terms of impact, but this one is really symbolic.
In general, I'll tell you, you talked to officials here in Ukraine today, and they're angry. And they know that if you really want to hurt Russia, it really comes down to an oil embargo, which seems like it's just not going to happen in Europe. Are these really going to work, these sanctions?
It's time that everybody straps themselves in and do everything they can to get not just the Russian regime's attention, but the Russian people's attention, and shutting down the
Homie put up his books behind him, dude. What a fucking, oh God, Jesus Christ. The Grim Reaper really putting in the work on CNN? I mean, straight up. To be fair, I'd be scared too. Like, if I was if I was Russia and I was watching the CNN, I'd be like, damn, bro, they got fucking Azrael himself. You know what I mean? Azrael. They got literally the fucking Grim Reaper, dude. Fucked up. Got the death note behind him and shit.
Flow of money that feeds, if you will, Putin's war machine that comes through petro products, if you will, has to happen now. You can't, there's no way you can justify a overt aggression, and now we have atrocities. It's time that everything that could possibly be used to get Russia's attention, regime and people now. And then the art in it will be to focus it so that the population ultimately realize we're not infinitely compliant, understand that this regime has taken them into a very, very dark path.
Yeah, Susan, I wonder what you think about that, because the rhetoric that we have heard since Bucha has been officials here saying that when Europeans are turning on their heat and they're using natural gas that they are paying Russia for, they need to consider that.
It's so funny that America gets to say stuff like this because, like, of our proximity and also because of, like, how little we have. You know, we're still getting fucking shit from Russia too, but, like, even then, we're barely giving up, like, our 2%, 3%, whatever, okay? Meanwhile, we're like, hey, Europe, I know you get, like, a shitload of fucking oil and gas from Russia, but, like, just fucking, you know, YOLO it. How dare you? It's awesome. It's awesome having to deal with America all the time, okay? It's just great. Like, we can just flex nuts all day, every day, dude. It's great.
That is money going to kill Ukrainian women and children. That is the line. That is the anger. Does it make a difference?
You know, I wish I could say that I thought that it did, but the truth is, it seems that the Western world is united against Russia, except when it comes to their own pocketbook. And, you know, unfortunately, one dynamic here is that, you know, Europe had a long time to think about ways to wean itself off Russia.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Hey, Europe, we told you. Don't get oil and gas from Russia. We told you. We told you get it from us instead. Yeah. It's really fucked up, dude. It really fucked up. How dare you? How dare you not buy oil and gas from us and instead buy it from Russia? Fucking bullshit, dude. That's right. Oh, God, I fucking hate this so much. It's just like, what a fucking dumbass Vladimir Putin is. Holy shit. What a fucking piece of shit. Dumb motherfucker he is. Jesus Christ. Awesome. Just awesome. You literally just, you know, you didn't have to do this. You could have just not invaded Ukraine, and you already had, like, decent relationships with European leaders, giving them oil and gas. Did a second pipeline going into Europe. Could have been great, you know? You could have just not fucking done all the shit that you did. And now it's like the entire world, you're sort of normalizing NATO's brutal escalation and reaction. What do you mean? Normalizing NATO's brutal escalation and reaction? I'm talking about what Vladimir Putin could have done, which would have been infinitely better than the current situation that everyone is under currently. Bucha, Russia, or Ukraine? What do you say? What do you mean Ukraine? No, Ukrainians didn't kill their own fucking people. You're a psycho. Anyway.
Energy, and it did not do so, and so it's very vulnerable at this moment in time to exactly this. And you know, Putin was betting on, frankly, Western populations not being willing to pay the price to cut him off, and so far, as horrific as that is, you see that happening in Europe, number one. The other point that's important to make, Brianna, is that this is a global commodity. And even if Europe were to cut off Russian energy, you have India, you have China, you have other countries around the world that have refused to join in on Europe and the United States efforts.
But like, why would they? Why would they? Why would they? Why would they? Why would they? Is it a slow day on Twitch? Seems like everyone is slow on viewers today. What do you mean? But why would they? Why the fuck would they? This is a win-win for. Is a win-win for China, and also on top of that, like, and also on top of that, like, you're like, Americans complaining about this shit is so fucking is so crazy.
To isolate and cut off Russia. And as long as there are customers for Russian energy in India and China and elsewhere, it is impossible to completely tank the Russian economy.
General, I wonder, switching topics here,
if you knew that you couldn't tank the Russian economy, if you knew that NATO assurances were never, or NATO Article 5 protection was never going to happen to Ukraine, why did you make it seem like, you know, you would do that? Why did you make it seem like you would help Ukraine out? That's a question that we need to be asking. And the second question that we need to be asking is, how do we get out of this situation? Okay? Because America, for some weird reason, is still operating under the notion that, like, Russia is Libya, okay? America is still, at least on the media side, because it doesn't correspond to what they're doing on their foreign policy side. Their foreign policy side, when it comes to, like, the actual State Department, is a lot more tempered than the way that the media is covering the story. But the media literally has, like, one speed, where they basically think like, oh, this is just like, Russia is just like Afghanistan. Russia is just like Iraq. Russia is just like Libya. Why can't we behave in the same way? Why can't we all unite against these like the same way that we have united against all these other countries? And the reality is Russia is not like those countries. Of course, Russia's GDP is like nonsensical in comparison to, I mean, Russia doesn't have the fucking global power that a fucking, you know, California has, okay? But Russia has nukes, and Russia is an energy provider. So obviously, you can't deal with Russia in the same fucking way that you would deal with all these other, in the same way that you would deal with all these other elements that you have dealt with in the past. And that's precisely what the mix-up of, like, of the mismatch of information is coming from. That's why a lot of people who do actually watch the news and then turn around and fucking, you know, come in here and yell at me, okay, are getting their information from MSNBC and CNN that thinks Russia is like Libya. Can we stop blaming Russia for the invasion that happened months ago and the leverage is on U.S. to actually stop this war? Wait, what? Dude, no, of course not. No, I will not. You are truly delusional if you think that, like, Russia's invasion is not on Russia. Like, what? Are you out of your fucking mind? Obviously, I constantly say that the United States has a share of responsibility here for lying about what level of involvement that they would engage in, or, I don't know, leading Ukraine down the primrose path, as Mersheimer says, okay? But you are insane. It's not like Russia is a fucking... it's not like Russia is a tornado. It's not a natural disaster. It's a fucking nation, dude. It's insane. Oh, man, they just had no other reason. And even if you are pro-Russia, okay, even if you're quite literally looking at this from a tactical position that favors Russian interests, you have to recognize that this was a horrible misstep. Okay? A gigantic misstep. So much so that it literally fucking galvanized all the Atlanticists and the fears. It helped the American defense contractors as best as it possibly could have. Now Finland is thinking about potentially joining fucking NATO. You know what I mean? Like, that's all on Putin, baby. That's all 100% on Putin. Straight up. Nobody else but Putin to be blamed for that.
Think that the Russian forces are done with Kyiv now that they've moved away from them, at least for this moment?
I think in this.
Don't you think if Russia didn't have nukes, America will put boots on the ground? Oh, dude, if Russia didn't have nukes, it would have been invaded already. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. If Russia didn't have nukes, they probably would have nuked Russia. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Are you kidding me? They would literally, first of all, Ukraine would literally just be a forward operating base. It would be the entire nation would have been turned into a forward operating base, okay? Specifically for America to like constantly fucking pump troops into Russian borders, 1,000,000%.
Phase, they are done. I think there is still a longer term aspect of it. A lot is going to now be determined on what happens in eastern Ukraine and the Donbass and the southern.
They would have been a U.S. puppet since 1949. Russia would look like the Philippines, okay? If they didn't have nukes. Oh my God, especially after World War II when they were so fucked. When America was like busy instituting the Marshall Plan, you know what I mean? Like beefing up Western Europe and all around the planet, giving, doing reconstruction projects because they were so far from the war. And their sacrifices were nowhere near the same as the USSR. Like nowhere near. And didn't have to fucking work on rebuilding their own fucking destroyed towns and shit. Oh my God, dude. If they didn't have fucking nukes, oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, Georgia would be called New Georgia. Yeah, they'd have Atlanta. Jesus Christ. Woo. Woo. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, New Atlanta, boys.
We will coast along the Black Sea. I think the Russians will keep a force in being in Belarus and along there to try to pin down Ukrainian forces. But it looks like, and it was mentioned earlier in the broadcast, I don't want to overstate it, but I've sat in the 9 May Victory Day parade. And it is both an expression of, if you will, celebration to the defeat of the Nazis in World War II, but it's also a full-blown, muscular, chest-beating, thumping.
Do you think Russia and Putin is so deranged and lost in the sauce they attack countries like mine, Poland? In the Polish news, there are information like pack your backpack and get ready to get out of Poland. Recognize that this is propaganda? Bro. Dude, no, dude. They can't even fucking attack Ukraine. What do you mean, dude? What the fuck? Poland is protected. As long as there is interest in reinforcing Western hegemonic power. As long as... Because, like, the West doesn't give a fuck about Poland. Don't misunderstand me, okay? Obviously, the West does not give a fuck about Polish people and their livelihood. But they do care about maintaining their power. And if you could take over like an inch of fucking NATO territory all of a sudden, okay? If the country that NATO was designed to like fight back against was able to take over an inch of NATO territory, holy fuck. I mean, that would be devastating for the rest of the Baltics. Is over at that point. Maybe at that point they will go to fucking Eastern Germany and take it back.
Of Russian military might. That's happening in less than 6 weeks. Putin has nothing to show that, and that is symbolic. So I worry about, if you look, we've talked about Belgorod being hit by the Ukrainians just recently. All of that are on the railheads and highways, and also the bivouacs and bases the Russians have built on interior lines close to the Ukrainian border. So I worry about a massive push in the next few weeks of reconstituted forces and more forces coming in from other places, and a lot of artillery, a lot of rockets, a lot of firepower, almost World War I, World War II, like, to try to bludgeon and bloody Ukrainians on that access in the next 4 to 5 weeks. I think we have to really worry about
and
that.
I think, General, we're hearing that people, just regular citizens in those areas, they are very worried about that. General Zwack, Susan Glasser, thank you so much to both of you.
Ned, on the sanctions against...
Bro, it's like, if Russia can't even fucking deal with Ukraine, how the fuck is it going to deal with NATO? How the fuck is it going to deal with NATO and a nuclear escalation? You know what I mean?
Vladimir Putin's adult children that are announced today. What do you hope that actually accomplishes?
Well, those sanctions were enacted not only against Vladimir Putin's adult children, but the children of Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, other senior Russian officials. And it's not just because of a blood relation. It is because these are individuals who have profited from the ill-begotten gains of the Russian people. They are in different ways enabling and empowering senior Russian officials, and they're part and parcel of it. Not only is it the family members that we have gone after, but it's the cronies.
Get a bunch of right-wing lunatics behind him to cause chaos. Orban and Le Pen. What? The fuck is Hungary gonna do, bro? What do you mean? What? And Marie Le Pen, all of a sudden, like, Le Pen won in this hypothetical scenario, and has decided to align with Russia. Like, France no longer in the EU, no longer in NATO, just like straight up in the middle. Like, the French are going to launch all-out war at the heart of Europe. About Poland, I don't understand how Polish people defend Ukrainians after the Volyn massacre, because they hate the USSR more than they hate the Ukrainians specifically. I mean, look, dude, I talked about this already. Like, you know how Polish people thought, you know what Polish people thought about, and the Polish government thought about fucking Muslim immigration versus immigration from Ukraine and refugees from Ukraine. They wonderfully opened up their arms and said, come in, literally live in our houses. Okay. Are you implying France can't take over the world? Uh-oh. Do I still have homies in here? Do I still have French motherfuckers in here listening in to be like, remember what we did in Le Place? How dare you? We will never surrender.
It's the oligarchs. It is everyone who is a part of and who is directly surrounding the war machine that President Putin is using to wage this brutal aggression against the Ukrainian people.
Now, does it also just to make Vladimir Putin mad?
Well, certainly everything we have done has sought to turn up the pressure on Vladimir Putin and the key decision makers around him. This is not about emotion. This is about what's in our national interest. It's about what's in the interest of the Ukrainian people, and making it very clear to Vladimir Putin that he has a choice to make. He can continue to wage this war in Ukraine, or he can relent. But if not, he is going to continue.
Bro, it just seems like it's not working. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but it straight up seems like the fucking sanctions are not going to stop. The only way that, you know, this shit ends is again, concessions made on both sides. Okay? It doesn't seem like it.
Continue to devastate his economy, to lead to a Russia that is more enfeebled on the world stage, and a Russia that is facing already a strategic defeat. There is no...
You having a wrong take on Ukraine? Have you had a single correct take yet? 18-month subscriber? Can't tell if you're memeing or not, but With the exception of like Russia invading Ukraine, everything else has been completely correct. Oh, this guy literally. Oh, he just left. I think he just like got mad and left and then only came back to say I've been wrong this entire time. No meme. Yeah, he's not memeing. He just straight up is saying this. There are multiple YouTube videos and multiple videos in general that if you watch me talk about instead of like other people talking about what my takes are, you would have been able to fucking fully comprehend what I've been saying. And how correct it's been thus far, including, you know, other people that are either Russian political dissidents who have been jailed, like fucking Nadia from Pussy Riot, or I don't know, Zelensky himself, or the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, or even Russians themselves, with the exception of Vladimir Putin, all believed that it would have been completely psychotic and bloodthirsty to fucking invade Ukraine. And everything that you have seen thus far that has unfolded as to why Russia is getting fucking owned currently, and their ultimate goals are not panning out, is precisely the reason why most sane people assumed that Russia would not invade. You, on the other hand, get your information from CNN and breadtubers and thought, no, it's a definite certainty that Russia will invade. That's the only part of the fucking conversation that you have been correct on, and you've hyper-focused on that as though that is an indication of like the other part of the analysis that is incorrect, despite the fact that I have also apologized, perhaps foolishly, in even saying that I was wrong. I watch everyday Lamau. I get my news from you, bro. If you get your news from me, then I guess you're not watching, because once again, with the exception of Russia ultimately invading Ukraine, all of the precursory analysis was completely correct. I guess you just watch on mute and wait for me to talk about fucking, you know, anime or some shit. Well, maybe when the entire world screamed it from the hilltop. Oh, no, it's one of those motherfuckers who's literally like, you looked at Russian sources on Russian war. I didn't say you were a Russian propagandist. You were certain there would be no war and screamed to anyone who disagreed. Crimea was always set up to what happened last night. Well, maybe when the entire world screamed it from the hilltops for 3 months, you should listen. Entire world was not screaming it from the hilltops. You personally, 1,000,000%. I'm going to ban you now because you've also taken over way too much time from this fucking stream. Hopefully that you will maybe take some time out and reconsider. It's probably better for your... Ukraine has held out for almost a month, and you're acting like they are shitting it up. They don't. I would require them to... It seems like since the invasion, you have definitely moved on from getting your information from here. What are you talking about? They were... I'm not going to waste any more time talking about this. Once again, completely useless to relitigate this over and over again. It's incredibly selfish of you to try to relitigate this over and over again. Just look to like a million fucking videos that I have done with both Chelsea Manning and other people that you probably look to that you believe have better information in this circumstance. It's okay. You have a little bit of brain rot. Just take some time off and reconsider it, okay? Like, this is what happens when you just only fucking hear what you want to fucking hear, and you hyper-focus on just getting gotcha, okay? Getting gotchas. Like, 1,000,000 times over, we have discussed this with every single person literally saying, look, no one thought that this was going to happen. You are Amera brain rotted if you think it's exclusively, if you think it's anyone outside of the fucking American news media that 100% was like, this is psychotic. It's not going to happen. This is psychotic. There's no fucking way that Russia's going to invade. Everybody calm the fuck down. It's just like debate lord brain where you're hard stuck on a take from fucking 3 months ago. Like, exactly. The Baldy vid sealed that information. Yeah, Baldy was in fucking Ukraine. Like, oh, it's not going to happen. This is such a weird and parasocial feeling when you were actually reading my comment, but I like it. Yeah, that's why they do it too. The only reason why I take the time out to like correct people like this over and over again while it derails the stream is because I have to assume that they're not in bad faith. They're not operating in fucking bad faith. And I have to. When I ban them, they literally... When I fucking ban these people, they literally just go to a different community and become psychotic hate watchers too. They don't even change their fucking daily consumption, but they just become psychotic hate watchers and then literally clip everything I say to further like go down that rabbit hole of being like, look at how wrong Hasan is. It's crazy. Motherfuckers be like, you invaded Ukraine, actually. Remember when you invaded Ukraine and did war crimes in Bucha? Like, dog. You know? It's been fucking 3 months. I went to a lib stream recently and a mod literally posted a timestamp vid of where you banned them. Yeah, no, it's like, it's really fucking strange. Like, I'm doing the Felix thing where like on Twitch, all of the people that I'm banning are unironically turning into like psychotic fucking Western imperialist neolibs. It's insane. They're like, oh, my entire worldview has changed now. That's what happens. That's what happens when you fucking don't have any sort of like genuine political interest and genuine interest in like learning about politics or understanding world events and only fucking see this from the framework of parasocial relationships. So when that parasocial relationship is severed, you desperately look for a new fucking host to feed all of your parasocial desires towards. And if two of the main fucking like other political commentators in this space, regardless of their size, are basically there to be like, no, I'll feed you that parasocial shit by literally fucking giving you constant fucking stream, a barrage of like anti-Hasan sentiment, you're just going to become this brain-broken, psychotic, schizophrenic poster in my fucking chat who just exclusively sits around and waits for something that I can say so they can clip it out of context and be like, look, I was right about all of my previous preconceived notions. He was wrong to ban me. He has always been pro-Russia. I fucking got him. Okay? I know how it happens. I know why it happens, and I just wanted to stop. Just all I ask for you is to be charitable, okay? That's it. Take a deep breath before you fucking write some dumb shit in the chat and be a little bit more charitable, okay? Instead of behaving like, you know, like psychotic ex-girlfriends of mine, okay? It's literally the same concept as like Felix Reply Guys becoming like Tucker Carlson fanboys. Yeah, I left the left because my parasocial daddy fucking banned me and got mad. And then now I have another parasocial daddy who keeps telling me that my prior parasocial daddy was bad. Don't worry, I will welcome you back into my warm, loving embrace, okay? I will give you that parasocial juice that you need desperately. 18-month subscribers, 20-month subscribers. You just need to like calm the fuck down and stop literally assuming the exact opposite of what I'm actually saying when I say things, okay? Please stop.
No question that regardless of whenever and however this conflict ends, Russia will be weaker, Russia will be poorer, Russia will not be in a position to undertake this kind of aggression again.
Out of Capitol Hill, where
oh, yeah, this is the wonderful part, too. U.S. will join forces with the U.K., Australia to develop hypersonic weapons. Let's go, baby.
America's top general told lawmakers that the world is only growing more unstable and dangerous. This as the U.S. is facing a new arms race with Russia and China. Our chief global affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz, has...
How do you not see that, like, this is just the biggest dub for the defense industry, man? Oh, my Lord. It's just the biggest fucking dub. Fuck, they are making out like bandits, dude. Holy shit, they always win. Just remember last week you realized the more you respond to haters, the more they grow, and then you said you wouldn't give them much attention or clout. Yeah, that's true. I should. We're back. We're back to the fucking HasanAbi no quarters for the haters arc. Okay. No quarters for the haters.
Has more in Washington. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, Michael. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley, said Ukraine's war with Russia could go on for years, but even greater conflicts could be on the horizon as world powers battle for dominance on the ground and in the air.
This morning, the U.S. announcing that it will join forces with the U.K. and Australia to develop hypersonic weapons and measures to counter them. These highly maneuverable missiles reach altitudes up to 300,000 feet and are nearly impossible to detect, much less defend against. Advances by China and Russia, despite tactical failures on the ground in Ukraine, have deeply concerned the U.S., Russia claiming to have used its own hypersonic missile in combat in Ukraine, and China reportedly launching one last year that flew around the world and fired a projectile while traveling more than 5 times the speed of sound.
The U.S. spent 20 years fighting counterinsurgencies in Iraq and Afghanistan, while China and Russia were spending money on these kinds of weapons that would enable great power competition. The U.S. is well behind, but trying to catch up.
The U.S. confirming that it has conducted testing recently, but the Pentagon did not want to announce it at the time, fearing it would only increase tensions with Russia as the world's attention focuses on the deadly conflict in Ukraine. A conflict that America's top general is now warning Congress may not be the last.
We are entering a world that is becoming more unstable, and the potential for significant international conflict between great powers is increasing.
That is one reason the U.S. is so concerned about this hypersonic missile. The U.S. has thus far only tested it twice. Robin?
Much to be concerned about, Martha.
Thank you. For the U.S.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC.
I mean, to be fair, though, when we say fat L for the U.S., like, that's what they want you to say. You know, they want you to be fucking fearful of, like, hypersonic missiles that China is going to use on us or some shit, or that Russia's going to use on us. That's why we're going to that's why we need to beef up our defense contractors and use even more money, use even more of the taxpayer dollars to make sure that we have R&D that matches the Russian weapons and the Russian arsenal. It's great, you know, giving the game away a little bit, but at this point when the tensions are super fucking high, does it even matter? Will anyone turn around and be like, maybe who cares about this shit? How about we fucking focus on, I don't know, diplomacy? How about we focus on fucking healthcare? How about we focus on infrastructure spending? Nope, obviously not, because I'm an anti-American traitor. That's what the real situation is at hand, you know? I want our enemies to win. The world is so fucked, bro.
Oklahoma state legislature has approved a bill to make abortion a felony in that state. Now, if it becomes law, doctors who perform abortions could face up to 10 years in prison and a $100,000 fine. This is one of a series of anti-abortion measures that would take effect around the country if the Supreme Court allows them to. Janet Shamlian is in Oklahoma City with more on this story. Janet, good morning to you.
Gail, good morning to you. Oklahoma's abortion clinics have been caring for women from both Oklahoma.
I'm gonna be honest. This shit is so bad. Republicans are straight up using any opportunity that deviates attention away from like state politics and local politics to just implement some of the most insane measures at the state level, like just straight up violation of the Constitution. Like, this is like if every Democratic majority state legislature decided, like, if you have a gun, you are going to get shot on the street. You know what I mean? If you have a gun, we will arrest you. We will take your gun away from you forcibly. Like, it's no different than that. Okay?
Oklahoma and Texas. Since last September, that's when Texas enacted its own sweeping abortion law. And Planned Parenthood here in Oklahoma says patients from Texas have increased 800% since that time. Now women from both states may have to travel hundreds of miles just for basic reproductive care.
Keep your hands off our bodies!
Protesters outside the Oklahoma Capitol Tuesday.
It is a dark day in Oklahoma.
After the Republican-controlled House passed a law banning abortions in the state, resoundingly, 70-14.
If you want to get elected, you want to be pro-life. That's the reality in this state.
Oklahoma's bill is the latest in a series of anti-abortion laws passed by Republican-led state governments, including one in Mississippi, currently before the Supreme Court. If upheld, it would overturn Roe v. Wade. Right now, 21 states have laws on the books that would ban most abortions if Roe is overturned. 5 others would likely follow suit.
These laws are doing exactly what they've been designed to do, right? To make abortion providers fearful.
Rebecca Tong is the co-executive director of Trust Women, which runs one of Oklahoma's 4 remaining abortion clinics.
What I'm scared of is that people will not be able to make a decision that fits their life. And it will change the course and direction of their life because of it.
8 more anti-abortion bills are currently making their way through the
Kansas is like, yo, let's go.
Oklahoma legislature. And the governor, Kevin Stitt, says he is prepared to sign all of them.
Up next.
Nate, back to you.
Up next, Kansas.
Janet, thank you.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. It's hard to remember now because...
Okay. We need more of that. I wish America balkanized. I wish America was balkanized by China, Cuba, and Vietnam. What is this? Good news? I mean, not really. That's Colorado, dude. The fuck are you gonna do if you're a woman in Oklahoma? How are you gonna fucking go to the Colorado, dude? This shit is so fucking disgusting. I don't know how else. I don't know what to say other than just like it's just unacceptable. How many times have we had this fucking conversation, man? How many goddamn times? And then I'm gonna talk about the most normal fucking pro-life activist. Okay, but here. Oklahoma House has passed the near total abortion ban.
Well, Oklahoma is set to become the latest state to pass a near total ban on abortion procedures. House Bill 4327, as it's called, is waiting for a vote in the state Senate before making its way to the governor's desk. If signed, it would be one of the strictest anti-abortion bills in the country. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from the State House in Oklahoma City. Maura, good morning. First, walk us through exactly what is in this bill and what are both sides saying about it.
Well, Vicki, this bill would ban all abortions right after conception, with the exception in 2 cases: if the mother's life is at risk or if the pregnancy was a result of rape, sexual assault, or incest, and those incidents have been reported to law enforcement. And so, as we know, there's a lot of hesitation from women about reporting those kind of incidents. So this is going to limit abortions extremely to an extent that we haven't seen before in other states. And so anti-abortion activists are really excited about this. They're calling it a win. And they're already mapping out their strategy state by state as we look at Roe v. Wade being reconsidered by the Supreme Court this summer. But meanwhile, clinic providers, healthcare providers that conduct abortions are saying that this is just overwhelming facilities, and it also just forces women to travel to states where abortion is allowed. And this means that it's only becoming available to people who can afford to travel, get childcare if they need it, take time off work. And so it's really just forcing women into a more unsafe procedure if it's limited in their states. And so this is something that is on the table here in Oklahoma, but it's also one of at least 7 other bills right now in the state.
That was my next question. Just last year, we talked about Texas, which is right next to Oklahoma. They passed a near complete ban on all abortions in Texas, and that is having a serious impact on medical providers as well in those neighboring states, not to mention the women, as you mentioned, who will now have to travel to get this procedure. What are you hearing from healthcare providers about the rise in patients who are crossing state lines? You know, what kind of effect did the Texas law already have there in Oklahoma?
Well, the Texas law was passed back in September, and since then, Texas saw a 60% drop in abortions. But data from the University of Texas at Austin shows that 1,400 women a month left the state to get abortions elsewhere. That's 12 times more than the abortions that were happening before, and they're going to places like Oklahoma, half of them, in fact, coming here to Oklahoma, and these clinics are just overwhelmed. I want to hear from the medical director at Trust Women Clinic that we spoke to here.
In Kansas and Oklahoma, we're kind of living in what is almost like a post-Roe environment. The sheer volume of people is remarkable. We've had to adjust our phone systems, adjust how we schedule people, adjust our patient caps, and also really pace ourselves for sustainability. We could truly be providing abortions 24 hours a day and not meet the needs of people who already access our clinic.
Remember that time and time again, empirical evidence shows that shutting off access to reproductive health services for women doesn't actually stop abortions. It just makes abortions less safe, because ultimately the pregnant mother is responsible for the life inside of them if they want it to become a life, and therefore can stop it with what is known as back alley abortions, which are very dangerous and can cause permanent damage to the woman. So that's kind of the point. You're not stopping abortions ever. You're just making it harder, and therefore you're killing women and you're giving them permanent scarring. So really dumb and really cruel to push for this. Of course, also rich people will always be able to get abortions. So there's that too. Incredible stuff overall. Why are they okay with abortion if it's rape, incest, etc., but not with consensual sex? Aren't you killing a baby regardless? Yeah. It is intellectually consistent, at least in Alabama, say, no, even if you have a rape child, you still have to carry that to term because, still a life, right? Except it doesn't matter, because it's not. Nobody fucking sees it that way. Yep.
Now, some states are working to combat this state-by-state approach. Colorado, for example, just passing a bill that protects the right to abortions in the state, which would give the ability for people to safely travel to Oklahoma, or to Colorado, for abortions in restricted states like Oklahoma or Texas.
Maura Barrett with an important fight there. Thank you so much.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel.
That off the top at 5, the big story.
This is what happens when you're not going to Oklahoma, but this is what happens when you ban abortions functionally. They would argue it's God's will. Yeah, well, I can't tell you what I wish God would do to those people, so. Because if I did, I would probably get, fucked up. But, inshallah, one day they will see a fraction of the suffering that they have caused.
I didn't change my outfit. There's more options to be accompanied, to the pharmacies to get misoprostol, to be walked through the process, and that's a huge benefit. I think if I had known that I might have chosen to go that route.
Porque no estás como ahí.
Just B-roll, dude. What the fuck? Sure.
There's a lot of things in life that you have to do, and they're the hard thing to do, but they're the right thing to do. There's no getting around the guilt that you feel, but you should never feel ashamed.
Last year, Mia Santiago, a 22-year-old artist from Texas, found out she was pregnant.
I had only been with my partner for a month, and my period's a little late. After about 2 weeks, I'm like, okay, that's too late. I got a nice pregnancy test, and you could see both stripes there. And my heart just sank.
So in that moment, what options did you think you had?
Immediately, I knew I had to get an abortion because I don't have the resources for a baby. I came across
The person who said, you should be ashamed, your mother should be ashamed for not swallowing your demon seed. Instead of bringing your fucking filthy ass onto the planet, you piece of shit.
this group through social media. They've helped a lot of people I know even. They talked me through all of my options, and they talked to me about self-managed abortion.
A self-managed abortion is when a person uses medication to do their own abortion without going to a doctor. Santiago did hers at home.
Why did self-managed abortions feel like the best option for you?
You feel so much safer in your own safe space. You don't want to be in this sterile environment going through something so
Really nice echo chamber of hate you've managed to accumulate for yourself here. I would literally abort you with a pill if I could, and have you fucking drip out like the heavy flow period if I could. That's what you would deserve, to be honest. That's what you unironically deserve. I wish I could just strap you onto a fucking chair with weight that just sucks up all of your fucking resources for 9 months and completely destroys your hormones, destroys your fucking life. 100%. I wish I could do that. I wish if I had fucking all the power in the world, anyone that's like, yo, you can't control your own body. Sorry, sucks to suck, women. Like, don't be fucking having sex. I would literally just, strap you with this life form that you are supposed to fucking take care of and force you to carry pregnancy is the term. Just take the baby out of your fucking asshole, okay? Rip you into shreds. It's psychotic. You're a disgusting piece of shit. No, not in a fucking video game. In real life, dude, you will never understand. You are just a fucking dumb animal, okay? You are a dumb, baboon-brained, lizard-brained idiot, okay? And you will never understand it. You're an incel who no one wants to fuck anyway. No one wants to consensually have sex with you, so, like, this is never going to be a problem for you, okay? Every day of your existence is already pathetic, and you hate yourself. Your life absolutely sucks, so the only way you can the only way you can make it feel a little bit better is by, like, trying to ruin people's days by saying dumbass shit, okay, so they can feel just a fraction of the pain you experience on a daily basis. I'm sure if given the opportunity, if considering you didn't consent to being born, you would have loved for your mother to take an abortion pill, so you would have never had to suffer every fucking day of your life and try to, I don't know, spread that suffering onto others in an effort to make it feel a little bit better for yourself. But it's not going to make it feel better for yourself when you are a disrespectful piece of shit. Okay? Your life is still going to be pain. Every day that you wake up, you are still going to dread every waking moment. Okay? But you can change. The people who are saying projecting is fucking awesome, dude. I love my life. I'm going to be honest with you. You can't simultaneously say I'm projecting and also be like, you're handsome, live in Los Angeles, fuck porn stars, have a fucking nice car and a nice house. Like, you can't literally use those as attacking points against me and then say projection at the same time in the same breath. Which is it? Which is it? I like my life. But guess what? I'm not running around trying to make other people's lives worse. So there is that. Wild to just like stop someone else from having autonomy over their own bodies because of some fucking distorted way that you see the goddamn world, you stupid fucking freak. Holy shit.
So, like, insanely deep and heavy.
How did the group that you contacted help you through the process of the self-managed abortion? What did they do to help you?
My caseworker contacted me consistently to check on me before I made the decision, before they mailed the medication. Every step of the way, they sent me a care package. You know, they sent me a PowerPoint to read and see everything that was going to happen to me. I talked to her a lot on the day that I was doing it. You know, she helped me calm my nerves. Everything I needed to know, they provided that for me.
Until last year, Texans up to 10 weeks pregnant could get abortion drugs from a clinic. But that was before SB 8, the state's...
That chatter's an absolute asshole, but I don't think you need to invent an entire life story for them just to insult them. First of all, even if it was fake, I should absolutely do that, so fuck you. And secondly, I didn't invent a life story. There are a lot of people like this on the internet, and I'm glad that you think it's an invention. It's something that I completely made up in my mind, which means like you're at least somewhat level-headed, and you think like, oh man, this is totally like an invented person. Must be nice for you to think that. Those are very real people, and every single time I have like a rant like this, they get even more fucking deranged. They're like, oh, this is why so many people think I'm like a fucking villain on the internet. Not just because I, you know, defend abortion or whatever the fuck, but the reason why they think I'm a villain is because I will defend it to this degree where I say things that actually are very hurtful. Okay?
6-week clinical abortion ban, and before SB 4, which bans providers from prescribing abortion drugs after...
And no, this person is not just with a confused attitude who needs normal attitude to understand a different point. I'm sorry. I'm going to assume that you're saying this in good faith, but you are not recognizing bad faith people. People looking at a person who is like victimized by Texas's laws and saying, shouldn't have had sex then, fuck you, you deserve to suffer. That person is not like, oh, I have a simple disagreement here, and I wish someone would just sit me down and listen and talk me through it. That person is in here specifically to just, again, do exactly what I'm talking about. Spread the pain and torment that they feel of everyday existence because they fucking hate themselves. Okay? They're just a bad person, a bad human being. They see someone being victimized by structures, and instead of trying to understand what their perspective is, even when it's literally a fucking well-documented Vice video where, like, it's basically designed for you to feel good about this person and side with them. Even in that circumstance, you go, wow, like, fuck you. You were a whore. You shouldn't have had sex. No one wants to have sex with me, so you shouldn't have had sex with your boyfriend. If that's your fucking take, then you deserve all of the pain and torment that you live every single day. Okay? That's crazy. You deserve to be fucking vilified and hated by so many people around you. And you don't have to. Like, you don't have to have that approach. And you don't have to be vilified. You don't have to be hated. I talk about this all the time as well. You can change. Okay? You can change. You just have to stop dead in your tracks right now. Stop going to the same fucking subreddits. Stop going to the same fucking forums on the internet. And just completely stop doing that shit. Go. Work out. Okay? Like, look towards positive people in your life. Play video games, get your mind off the fucking toxicity. Stop being in here if you despise me, for example. Stop hate watching. Because otherwise, you are just going to become the school shooter that never ends up fucking following through on his plans, okay? And there are plenty of you in here right now. You know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. So stop. Stop going down that dark, fucking, never-ending well of hatred. You can change your life. Let's continue.
7 weeks of pregnancy, and also bans the pills from being mailed. Under these new laws, Santiago wouldn't go to jail for using these pills, but the people who gave them to her could face more than 6 months in jail and up to a $10,000 fine.
What do you think you would have done without this underground network that helped you?
I definitely still would have found a way to have an abortion, but I'm grateful that there was an organization to help me do this thing that should be free to everyone.
Do you know how this organization gets the pill to you?
The span of it goes across the border.
For decades, Mexicans have come to the US for abortions, just as people in the US have gone to Mexico for the procedure itself or medication. But as the US inches closer to becoming a post-Roe nation, pharmacists in Mexico say they're seeing an influx of Americans.
We're in the town of Nuevo Progreso, right, which is a town that's known for its medical tourism. There's at least 200 pharmacies around here. You can see many Americans shopping.
Now, alongside everyday prescriptions, you'll find pharmacies.
Yelling at people and insulting them is a very useful way to make them change. Try that on overweight people. It works real well. Well, considering how many months you've been in here, 17 months specifically, you also probably have accidentally stumbled across people that literally come in here in donations or come in here in the chat and say, look, man, I came in here as a fucking hate watcher. I shut the fuck up, didn't say anything. Might have even been banned. And I've been unbanned. I've been reformed and I've been unbanned. And I want to thank you for changing my fucking life and changing my attitude. So the people that I yell at aren't fucking random people who are unfortunately a product of their fucking environment and have reactionary points of view. The people that I yell out and the people that I attack are people who refuse to see the fucking wrong and the violence that they subjugate and the violence they defend, okay? Or not subjugate, perpetuate. That's the people I'm yelling at. You know this. There are plenty of people in here who've changed their fucking attitudes. Okay? When I slap these psychos in the chat verbally, the reason why I'm doing it is not for them to change. I'm doing it so that other people understand, like, I'm not going to sit here and allow people to spread their filth. Okay? Especially if they're like psychotic fucking deranged people that have literally pushed themselves away from society and specifically engage in like hate following. Some of you think I'm talking about you accidentally when I talk about like being a fucking being a person that is like completely fucking been removed from society, but it doesn't matter because you're not. You at the very least are not spreading hatred to people to make other people's lives worse. So clearly I'm not talking about you. Okay? You're just trying to center this conversation around yourself once again. It is selfish, but you know, I'll allow it.
Pharmacies advertising for abortion pills.
Oiga, aquí venden misoprostol para los abortos. Sí. Sí. Sí. ¿Le podemos seguir? ¿Está bien?
Misoprostol, or miso, is approved by the FDA.
Bro, this dude has been asking over and over again, take a week off. Why do you believe sanctions will work in the Ukraine situation? I said, I don't know. I don't think it will. So I don't know what's going on, okay? I don't know why you keep asking it. Is it to clip something? Is it to clip something? Here, go ahead. Clip this if you want. I don't know if the sanctions are going to work on stopping Russia's horrifying fucking war in Ukraine, okay? I don't know. It hasn't thus far. So I feel like it's not working. That's my take. Go ahead, clip it. There you go. You can post it on whatever fucking psychotic subreddit you want to post it on. It'll be like, Hasan is actually in support of Russia.
With another pill, mifepristone, to end a pregnancy. But miso is far more accessible. In Mexico, only certain states sell mifepristone, and in the US, it can only be obtained through specialty pharmacies. When taken by itself, miso works somewhere between 75 and 90% of the time, which is why so many people take it alone.
Misoprostol, ok. ¿Cuántas tabletas hay aquí?
Mire, este trae 28 tabletas, pero se utiliza nada más 10.
Ok. ¿Y más o menos cuál es el proceso?
Ok, se tiene que tomar una por vía oral y deja pasar una hora y empieza por vía vaginal y se toma otra por vía vaginal. Tienen que ser 8 en total.
¿Cuánto cuesta?
Esa vale $60.
Perfecto. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
This just cost me $60. If I were to buy this in the United States, it'd be more than $400. I don't need a prescription. One of the interesting things he said is that he wants Americans and he wants people in Texas to know that this is available to them. Hola. ¿Aquí venden misoprostol? Esto es común, o sea, hay personas americanas que vienen aquí a comprar esto.
Así es.
Es común ver a personas que vienen a comprar no uno ni dos, sino como 10, 15, 20, 30 cajas.
Sí, es común para nosotros. Sí, eso sí lo puedes cruzar, no es nada narcotráfico, nada. Lo puedes cruzar.
¿Cuál sería el proceso?
Es 1 por hora. Se tiene que tomar vaginal y sublingual.
O sea, pero hay un número específico de...
No.
So we just went into 2 different pharmacies, and each of them gave us conflicting information about what to do with the abortion pills. That shows you one of the risks of what it means to criminalize abortions in the United States.
Many of these pharmacies are unregulated, and the directions for taking miso aren't always accurate or complete. But making sure people take miso correctly is part of the work of abortion activists in Mexico, who claimed a victory last year when the world's second largest Catholic country decriminalized abortion. Now, some of those same activists are taking their fight up north.
We're about to meet 2 organizers from Necesito Abortar, a group that over the last 5 years...
They're doing... These Mexicans are coming over our border and doing Mexican abortions, brother. What the fuck?
has helped Mexicans access abortions.
They're doing Mexican abortions.
Specifically helping Texans.
Which is worse than the American abortions, of course. What the fuck?
Directly access misoprostol for self-managed abortions. Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy bien.
Bienvenida.
Muchas gracias. Gracias por tenernos.
Adelante. Digamos que una restricción legal nunca fue un obstáculo para poder realizar la labor del acompañamiento. Pues es una red que formamos ya hace 5 años.
El primer mes acompañamos 104 mujeres. En un mes.
¿Cómo se ponen en contacto con ustedes las personas en Estados Unidos y las tejanas?
Algunas veces también nos pueden...
Republicans look at this and go, this is why it's bad, brother. This is why socialized medicine is bad. It means bad people can get abortion pills, not for $400, but for $60.
Puede recomendar a alguien, pero generalmente es por medio de las redes, aparecen nuestros teléfonos y ya se contactan vía WhatsApp.
Chicas con las que ustedes han hablado tienen miedo del riesgo legal que ellas tengan en Estados Unidos.
Siempre preguntan los riesgos, ¿no? Si es detectable, ¿no? Porque dicen, bueno, y si me tomo las pastillas y luego tengo que ir con mi ginecólogo, ¿no? O sea, ¿cómo le digo que ya no estoy embarazada? Si se puede detectar, si no se puede detectar. Yo les digo, no hay manera, ni aunque te saquen sangre, ni orina, ni muestra de tejido, ni aunque lo manden a la NASA, no existe manera médica de comprobar el uso de misoprostol.
¿Ustedes lo compraron físicamente aquí?
Sí.
¿Cuánto compraron?
No sé.
Tanto que, o sea, han comprado tanto que ni se puede acordar.
Sí, nosotros hemos comprado...
Como asociación facturamos 170,000 pesos.
¿Ustedes temen de cualquier tipo de riesgo legal al que se puedan someter?
Aquí nuestras leyes nos protegen mucho, también tenemos esta facilidad, ¿no? Esta protección legal que México nos ofrece. Y pues vamos a conocer cómo nos va con las tejanas y sobre todo eso, ¿no? Sabiéndonos que ni ellas están solas ni nosotras, sino estamos físicamente acompañadas por nuestras hermanas mexicanas, pero también de muchas maneras por otras, ¿no? O sea, yo he tenido la oportunidad de estar en otros países y estar con otras redes de Latinoamérica. Y de verdad, de punta a punta, desde Argentina hasta Estados Unidos, estamos trabajando hombro con hombro dentro de lo que se puede.
Como colectivo, ¿ustedes han mandado miso
The irony is that these people have more solidarity with women on womanhood than most workers do on their own class position. Like, they recognize it. They recognize the government's overreaching and the awful legislation and its impact and its consequences. They see it. They recognize it. Femicide is a big problem. Mexico, it's awful. Yeah, that too. What do you mean, these people? Like, the people on the screen. These people on the screen that you are watching that are straight up not only helping and have won their own legislative battle in Mexico, but are helping American women. Oh, they meant like I meant in a racist way? Yeah, no, I'm famously anti-Mexican as well.
A Estados Unidos.
Solo con acompañantes, no como paquetería.
¿Cómo lo trabajan?
Bueno, ya una vez que nos escriben, pues ya primero vemos exactamente qué quieren, ¿no? Qué necesitan y qué podemos apoyar y si es posible que nosotras podamos apoyarlas.
Nos escribieron a Twitter unas compañeras que están en Texas, es un grupo, y ellas estaban buscando misoprostol.
Justamente antes del COVID, ellas pasaban a México, compraban el misoprostol y se lo llevaban, pero después del COVID ya tuvieron problemas para pasar, ¿no?
Lo que ellas comentan es que tienen una persona que puede estar en frontera.
A un contacto de confianza de ellas, ¿no? Por paquetería se les mandó Tiene que ser una persona de confianza, sí o sí.
De alguna manera, siempre hay una forma, definitivamente.
Another way Necesita Abortar distributes miso into the U.S. is through local volunteers in border states that cross into Texas. Groups on both sides of the border are forming a transnational network of volunteers that are working around the system.
So this is a bag full of miso. That's a lot.
I mean, someone else I know that I do work with has about this much more at their house.
Activists we spoke to in Texas asked to be totally anonymous and not give their locations for their safety. They help run a state-based all-volunteer team that gets miso to Texans, which is now criminalized under SB 4. This group typically goes to Mexico to get the pills or coordinates handoffs at the border.
What's the role of underground networks in this moment?
Right now, it's a lot of people traveling, people raising money to go to Mexico, calling people they know in India and Austria, where abortion pills are manufactured, and stockpile them and distribute it to people safely.
We've been very safe. Our work phone doesn't even have a SIM card. We use safe apps that will encrypt everything for us. We try to stay away of leaving any digital footprint.
Cat's face wasn't blurred. Oh no! It's fucked up. All the cat lovers. Bro, come on. They're fucking smuggling abortion drugs. Of course they have cats. Come on.
Every time I call someone, I document it in a paper, and every so often I shred them and get rid of them.
Who's most in need? I mean, who are you distributing this to?
A lot of people who already have kids. That's my most popular demographic is the moms. It's so wide how many people need help. I mean, the youngest person I've had is someone who's in middle school.
What the fuck does that mean? What? Feminists love cats, dude. That's why I don't have a cat. Are you queer coding the abortion activists? No, I'm cat coding them. There's nothing queer about having a cat. I guess it could be, but
And then the oldest is someone who's nearing mental.
Okay, all jokes aside, I am a foe to cats. That's not even a joke. I mean, kittens I like. Little baby kittens, they're cute before they like recognize their power, I guess, and become like douchebags. But as far as like big ass cats, like some of them are assholes, man. They hurt my feelings. Give your cats are abusive take. They are. If you had a cat, it would be on your shit all day laying on the keyboard. I mean, that's kind of cute. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I just don't like that cats are fucking, they're like abusive. They're like a bad roommate. It's like being in an abusive relationship. Like, cat owners literally will be like, they'll try to cover their fucking scars. And I'll be like, oh, you have a crazy cat? What's going on? It's like, no, I fell down the stairs, actually. It's like, dude, what the fuck's going on? Like, your cat's ripping your shit. It's my fault. I'm the reason why I was punished by my cat. Like, it's crazy. Press this button? No. I thought Turks were supposed to like cats. I mean, I like cats. But the cats that I have seen, I don't know. Some of them are fucking crazy. You guys know this, dude. You guys know this. Your mistake is thinking you could treat a cat like a dog. Pepega. What do you mean? Your cat's takes are based on ignorance. I was once like you. Wait, you think I'll change? Moldova Mama Liga. Is this a fucking... What is this? See, they're bloodthirsty. Literally in the battle. Unfazed. They're bloodthirsty. Once again, you're proving my point. That cat is literally like, come on, stop shooting targets and start shooting people. Like, when? So I can fucking eat them. You were such a shithead, lol. Wait. Someone said, my cat only attacks me when I'm either annoying him or ignoring him. That's what I mean. I love the unconditional love that comes with a dog, okay? Like, there's nothing, dude, there's nothing better on the planet than a dog, dude. Dogs are better than humans, no cap, straight up. I love dogs. I'm such a fan, dude. They love you. They are obsessed with you. They unconditionally love you. Which is funny because, like, in relationships, I would prefer a partner to be more like a cat, I guess, and not like a dog. But when it comes to companionship in the form of a dog, I'm a dog person. All you need is a cat that acts like a dog, like a 4-door that drives like a 2-door. Yeah, maybe. Put your face near a dog's food and see how they feel about it. Brother, that's like one instance that you are describing. Other than that, it's like how are you going to fucking compare that to like a cat that literally has mood swings and will turn around and fuck you up for no reason? And by the way, a well-trained dog will not do shit to you even if you put your face near his food. Bro, come on. Time and time again, I'll be petting a fucking cat, and then cat will decide, I no longer want to be pet. Literally going from purring to fucking trying to rip my fingers off. What happened? How do we get to this situation? I thought we were showing love to one another, like mutual respect, self-assurance, like... I thought, like, you know, we were just vibing. And then before I know it, it's like, no, just kidding. You're just like a fucking villain, okay? Maybe all my friends have bad cats. I don't know. You pet too hard? Oh, I'm sorry. Can the cat not retract its consent, Hasan? Curious? Bro, that's what I'm saying, dude. Cat owners are so psychotic, dude. Cat owners are so psychotic. They're like, oh, you didn't respect the cat enough. How am I supposed to know what the fuck? You're doing it. You're victim blaming. But then again, not surprising because you literally are like, you're like an abuse victim. Their body language is very subtle, so it can be hard to read if you aren't used to it. One tip is tail swishes are a bad sign. You're playing the victim now? Brother, I am not playing the victim. I'm just right. Listen, buddy, I don't understand girls, but I understand cats. Just let me have this. Bad cat owners usually don't result in people getting hurt, unlike dog owners. That's true. That is 100% true. Bad dog owners are really fucking annoying, except cats, like, they just have no boundaries regardless. They set the boundaries. Every cat owner is a bad cat owner, okay? If everyone behaved like cat owners when they're treating their dogs, there would be way more dog casualties. Dogs would just be fucking ripping people's noses off left and right. Even though dogs aren't as violent as cats inherently. Am I doing cat racism? Is this catism? Dude, my entire community loves cats, so it's so funny. Every time I talk about cats, you guys get so mad. Of course y'all fucking all love cats. Obviously. I don't know why you can't agree. Like, I like cats. Okay? I like cats. I think cats are great. I love all animals, okay? Even the ones I eat. But I think cat owners are a little delusional with the way that like their feline friends behave, okay? What? Excuse you saw your cat takes? It's funny because like in relationships, I would prefer a partner to be more like a cat, I guess, and not like a dog. But when it comes to companionship in the form of a dog, I'm a dog person. What the fuck?
Excuse me?
How did he not understand that? That was pretty clear. I have lots of cats in my life. Some of them can be very rough when playing, while others are super gentle. It just depends on the cat. I mean, I know. I've just had bad experiences with cats for the most part. You gotta just learn how to hold cats. Oh, I love
Squish
this
that
video.
cat. All you need to know is to squish that cat.
I
And
love
you just
this
gently
video.
squish them. That's not comfortable for the cat, or that safe, to be honest with you. You can just throw a towel on the cat again, squish her with a towel. What you can do is scoop her up, a little football carry, just like that. Butt in your hand, and just squish her tight to your body. Just squish them really tight to your body. You don't have to worry about hurting a cat. You know, just squishing them against your bodies. And there we go. We just made friends with this wonderful little cat. Look at that face. Look at that face. Squishing is your best friend when you're dealing with a cat. You basically just lean forward.
Wait, I thought tail swipes were bad though.
We just made friends with this wonderful little cat. Look at that face. Look at that face.
This cat was tail swiping.
Squishing is your best friend when you're dealing with a cat. You basically just lean forward, squish them nice and...
Okay, so what the fuck? Cat owners don't even have... Bro, cat owners are crazy. Like, oh, yeah, that is bad. Or, oh, that is good. So what's up? What kind of... Oh, depends on the tail swiping. Got it.
Tight. And again, I'm just squishing them into myself. We always squish that cat.
Us dog owners don't have to get super defensive because our pets don't destroy ecosystems. Yeah, there's that too. Cats are also genocidal, but y'all ain't ready for that conversation, okay? Cats quite literally are genocidal freaks. Is true, and you know it. Cannot wait until you get a cat and love the fuck out of it and rewatch this and delete out of pure rage because you develop a bond with a cat that is so strong and you fear that you permanently delete the thought of not liking cats from your mind. Just get a cat. Most normal cat owner, dude. Yo, talking to cat owners about cats is literally like talking to flat earthers, dude. Like you're just like you're not even aware of how manic you sound when you talk about that. Ever heard of a cat mauling a toddler? Didn't think so. Bro, if cats were a little bit bigger, they'd be fucking murking whole ass humans. Straight up. Not only are they genocidal, they bring the corpses to your doorstep for approval. Psychotic. No, dogs do that too. Can you be a cat owner without toxoplasmosis? Because I feel like every cat owner sounds like they have some kind of underlying medical condition that's like forcing them to have these sorts of takes. As a lover of dogs, as a dog lover, I regularly admit dogs can be assholes. It's all a matter of training. But with cats, it's sporadic. Big cats in the wild will kill a person, even if they aren't a threat. Wolves might kill a person that's not a threat, but usually won't. Why are you so fucking weird about cats? You're hard baiting now. Gotta love it. Well, I just love having this combo because, like, cat owners, I think deep down inside recognize that they're a little crazy about cats. So, you know, they love their cats. They're ride or die for cats, but they also simultaneously know they're like a little crazy about it. And that it is like kind of an abusive relationship that they're in, but it's okay because they love their cat. It's fine. You know? Abi ATV'ye çıktı 600 lol olayı da yanlış yapılıyor. Yeah, this is ATV. This is like a massive Turkish
medyanın
news.
gündeminde birkaç gündür ekrandaki bu görsel var. Replace etkinliği kapsamında milyonlarca genç dijital bir tuvali ilmek ilmek, daha doğrusu piksel piksel işledi.
They're talking about how like pixel by pixel, millions of young people were creating like art out of this empty canvas.
NFT formatında satışa sunulacak sanat eserinin son
Wait, they're saying that it's going to be sold as an NFT in the end. What the fuck?
halinde ise Türk simgeleri öne çıktı. Atatürk portresinden Türk bayrağına, Osman Hamdi Bey'in kaplumbağa terbiyecisinden Barış Manço'ya ve hatta
They're talking about kaplumbağa terbiyecisi, the famous Turkish portrait of the turtle trainer. Sultanahmet.
TB2'ye kadar Türkiye'den de birçok görselin oluşturulduğu tuvalde bayrak savunması sosyal medyanın...
And they're talking about how like out of all of these things there was also a defense of the Turkish flag.
Oturdu. İşte gençlerin verdiği o savaşın anlaşılabilir bir özeti.
Milyonlarca kullanıcı günlerce uğraştı. Ortaya göz kamaştırıcı bir eser çıktı. Türkiye'nin gündemi ise...
That's so funny, dude. Millions of people were working.
savunmasıydı.
But Turks were talking about defending the flag.
Piksel piksel mücadele bir
Bro, XQC on the Turkish, that's fucking awesome.
Projesi aslında her 5 dakikada bir 16 renkten birini sadece tek bir pikselde kullanabildiğiniz görsel Türk gençlerinin de yoğun ilgisinin hedefiydi.
Şu emeğe dokunmasınlar ya.
Who's yellow? Who is this?
Sarıla.
1 Nisan'dan bu yana dijital tuvali boyamak için bilgisayar başındaki milyonlarca genç en büyük savaşı son gece verdi.
Şurayı bir kırmızıya boyayabilir miyiz arkadaşlar? Burada bir şeyler dönüyor ama. Polonya bak. Üçüncüyü yapma.
Sabaha kadar organize
Polonya bak üçüncüyü yapma. He's saying Poland, don't make the third one. Okay, don't do it.
tutan yüz binlerce Türk emeklerine müdahale edenlere de mesaj vermeyi ihmal etmedi.
And they're talking about how like the Turkish would send out messages to those who were trying to destroy their artwork.
Burada almışlar mesajı kendileri. Arkadaşlar haberiniz olsun.
Sesiniz korku sansın lan. Onların bayraklarına saldırmayacağız. Bayrağa saygımız var.
Bize yakışmaz.
He says we're not gonna attack their flags. We respect flags.
Savunulan sadece Türk bayrağı değildi.
Güzel, koruduk şu an. Şimdi herkese link atın.
Tuvalin son halinde Atatürk, Ayasofya, Anıtkabir, Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti bayrağı, Bayraktar TB2, Barış
Bayraktar TB2. Bro, they even took credit for the Bayraktar on the Ukrainian flag. Turkey is so funny, dude. It's the funny, dude. I swear to God, it's the funniest fucking country on the planet, dude. Like they were talking about like Anıtkabir, where Atatürk is, like the big mausoleum, basically where Atatürk lies, right? A lot of you fucking like Soviet aesthetic lovers would probably appreciate that. It's like very interesting. That's not even a Bayraktar. That's like a MiG, by the way. But hey, whatever.
TB2, Barış Manço ve Osman Hamdi Bey'in Kaplumbağa Terbiyecisi eseri gibi çok sayıda simge yer aldı.
Abi 22 yaşındayım. ATV'de ilk kez Atatürk dediklerini duydum. Ne? Atatürk demiyorlar mı ATV'de? Ben büyürken Türkiye'de hep Atatürk'ten bahsediliyordu yani. Ne demek? Erdoğan'dan sonra, ben ayrıldıktan sonra acaba değişti mi? Demiyorlar mı? Yapma lan. Kes lan Hasan piçi. Oğlum senin çükünü keserim ha. Kendine gel. İkinci sünnet olursun sonra.
İlmek ilmek dokunan bir halıyı andıran Reddit Replace etkinliği NFT haline getirilip satılacak. Şimdi gözler o esere ne kadar teklif verileceğinde.
Watch this local news. This is not local news. This is a national news station. ATV is a very big, unless things have changed, ATV is a very big news station. What? Motherfucker, my BMI is 20. If it gets any lower, my doctor won't prescribe me ADHD meds anymore. Matt Gaetz says Americans with diabetes should lose weight after he voted against lowering the price of insulin. What the fuck? Wait, what? First of all, I don't know how that works. I don't know if I believe that. BMI is already an outdated concept, but like, what? Also, there's like other kinds of diabetes anyway that doesn't have anything to do with like gaining weight. You know? Yo, perhaps Matt Gaetz should worry less about, you know, the increasing cost of insulin and worry more about the increasing of the age of consent laws, okay? Matt Gaetz loved decreasing things, okay? Like age of consent laws so he doesn't go to jail. Okay. Noam Chomsky, this is kind of boring. He's like fucking, you know, old. Plus L plus ratio. Washington, Tennessee, very closely right now. Let's watch this.
January 6th.
A lot of that was Antifa.
Really?
Yes.
Why would Antifa interrupt the certification of an election in which their candidate won? Wouldn't they want him to be certified?
They just want to disrupt. And
owned. Get fucked. Get fucked, the good liars. Yeah, that's right. You stand no chance in front of the intellectual superiority of this man right here. Kind of like the unsubscribed chatters stand no chance at the middle of the hour ad break, which I forgot to run at the top of the hour. The unsubscribed chatters stand no chance when I run the 1 minute ad break at the middle of the hour instead of the top of the hour. That's right, because I forgot to run it. But look, if you want to stand a chance against the ad break, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5, or you can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. It would be within the Russians' right to execute this officer as nothing more than a common critical criminal. Wait, what? What is this? Unconfirmed, but the rumors are going around that a U.S. Major General Roger Cloutier has been captured by the Russian army at Azovstal in Mariupol. It would be within the Russians' right to execute this officer as nothing more than a common criminal. That's true. Technically. I don't believe this. I think it's fucking bullshit. I don't think that like some fucking random American general is like actually out in fucking, especially in Mariupol. That would be the dumbest place to be in. Why would an American general be there, dude? What the fuck? But if it were real, which I don't think it is. But if it were real, yes, they could execute him. Straight up on the spot. And it would be he's at a conference on LinkedIn yesterday. It's completely legal to kill Americans on the spot if you are in Ukraine, if you're an enemy combatant. Of course, it's not real regardless. Yeah, there you go. No NATO allied land command leader wasn't captured by Russians in Ukraine. There you go. Boom. It's a Russian propaganda channel. Dude, I mean, it's fucking insane to suspect that that like the Russian general is going to be there. However, second part of it is true. Actually, killing captured soldiers is illegal as fuck. Yes, that's true. However, killing captured soldiers is illegal as fuck. However, if you're killing a person who is technically not a soldier, but instead a foreigner, then it's not illegal. That's the whole point. You can't kill Ukrainian prisoners of war, but you absolutely could, if you wanted to, kill as many mercenaries as you want. Not that, like, that dude was my brigade command when I was in. No way. Not that, like, Russia concerns itself with the legality of their kills, but technically, yes, you are not. If you're a mercenary, if you're in Ukraine as a mercenary, no human rights. If you are a foreign battalion, like foreign trooper, you're a mercenary, you have given up your human rights. Amerikalılar fuck your god, Ruslar haklı, utanç verici, abi ibne misin? İbne. Okay? I don't even have my nails painted and the Turkish F words are flying in the chat.
Any way possible.
Do you think Antifa wanted him to be president? I guess is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Yeah. So why would they interrupt the certification of the vote on January 6th?
I have a different view of things.
Well, it's just like if you have a.
Yeah, it
doesn't make sense, right? Like why would they do that?
Well.
How do you all feel?
Dude, this is like the perfect American, though. Got his Trump shirt on. He's holding a bag of Arby's, dude. His bag fluttering in the wind. I love this man. No. At least he recognized the stupidity of it. Here, let's finish the Texas
Then a
abortion
pause.
thing. I was kind of over it though. Like I think we got the gist of it. You know what I mean? So we're not gonna finish it. Here is the most normal abortion fan, or no, the most normal hater of abortion. Okay,
New
pro-life
information in
fan.
a story we brought you last week about the 5 aborted fetuses that DC found inside of a Capitol Hill apartment.
110 more fetuses now part of this investigation. Fox 5's Katie Barlow back on that scene with the latest. Katie.
Good afternoon to both of you. Lauren Handy, who was indicted last week on federal charges.
Oh yeah, remember when you thought it was 10 fetuses that she had in her house? It was 115 actually. Yup.
Related to an anti-abortion.
The funniest part is like these motherfuckers are the ones that were like Democrats are taking baby fetuses for adrenochrome, and then they do this shit.
Protest at an abortion clinic here in Washington, D.C. Also lived here on Capitol Hill, and that's where D.C. police recovered what they say are 5 fetuses. They're a part of an ongoing investigation. But today, Handy, as a part of a press conference with her anti-abortion activist group, told reporters that there were 110 other aborted fetuses that they recovered as a part of their anti-abortion advocacy.
Lauren Handy and I went to Washington Surgery.
So someone needs to describe this to me. Like, does that mean she has like 110 babies, like dead baby corpses in her house? Is that 115 like living corpses?
Center to engage in anti-abortion advocacy. Upon arrival, we saw a truck labeled Curtis Bay Medical Waste Services parked outside. We approached the driver, who was about to load 2 large boxes with biohazard symbols onto his truck. We asked him if he knew what was in the boxes, and after he said no, we told him, dead babies. The driver was visibly shaken.
The activists told the driver that they wanted to take what they assumed were human remains and give them a proper funeral. Now, today, the group told reporters there were 100.
Bro, that's insane, dude. She just kept these fucking things, dude. That's wild. That's jail. Sorry. You know I believe in rehabilitation and stuff, but like you got to put that person in jail just preemptively. That's a vibe check failure, okay? That is a vibe check failure. You are going to jail. Guess who's going to jail tonight? You, and God will not be posting your bail tonight. You're going to fucking perma jail.
110 first trimester aborted fetuses that they buried with the help of a Catholic priest. However, they did not get an independent medical examiner to confirm.
How the fuck can you bury a first trimester fetus? It's like fucking this big, dude. Like it's not even a thing. Did you bury it by throwing it in the you know? Did you throw it in the trash?
Confirm that. Now, the remaining 5 fetuses were kept at Handy's apartment. The activists said they coordinated with attorneys to alert the D.C.
Wait, did they put it in a matchbox? Like they put like a couple in a matchbox and bury them together?
Homicide unit about the location of the fetuses. Now, MPD, we spoke to earlier today, would not confirm the tip that they received about the biohazard material that was reported here at a home on Capitol Hill, whether that came from Handy or any of her fellow anti-abortion activists in that group. We also reached out to Curtis Bay Management Company, who allegedly employed the driver that the activists referred to in the press conference today. We did not get a response to them. However, we did get a statement from the National Abortion Federation when we reached out to the Washington Surgery Center here in Washington, D.C. And they said abortion providers comply with state and federal laws that regulate medical tissue for all healthcare providers to ensure that it is handled safely, appropriately, and respectfully. Further, false claims about abortion and people who need this care have contributed to hundreds of medically unnecessary and politically motivated state restrictions that push safe and affordable abortion care.
I'm confused. Are you pro-abortion or not? I am. What do you mean? Yeah, I love abortions, dude. More abortions. Abortions for all. It's fucking awesome. I have no problem with abortions. But this is psychotic. Like, thinking that this person thinks these are babies, okay? And then she just kept baby corpses in her mind at her apartment. If you think I'm not going to make fun of that, I don't know what to tell you. You know? Like, let's say you are a smart fellow like myself, and you're an intactivist, okay? What is an intactivist? A foreskin activist, okay? Like, you don't want people to steal your foreskin from your child. Like, remember what they took from us, okay? I'm unfortunately, I am an intactivist because something was stolen from me, right? Now, in all of my activism, if you saw me fucking, take a bunch of fetuses, or not fetuses, what am I saying? Foreskin, and bottle them up in my fucking house, you'd be like, that's crazy, okay? Which is why I stopped doing that. I only have like 10. She has 115. It's too much. Now I just bury them.
Out of reach. Guys?
Katie, so the medical examiner retrieved the fetuses. The activists want the medical examiner to conduct full autopsies on them. So any update on that request?
We reached out to the D.C. medical examiner, who wouldn't provide us a request for comment. They actually directed us to Mayor Bowser's office. We followed up with Mayor Bowser. Apparently, they are the ones providing any further comment related to the D.C. medical examiner request. No comment from them so far, but we'll follow up.
Do they look like Funyuns after a while? Yes. I mean, I think this is a betrayal of like the values, right? If you personally believe that these are like real fucking babies, right? Then you have like 100 baby corpses in your house. Like you can't possibly believe that these are real fucking babies, you know?
Image coming out of a Russian grocery store. Anti-theft tags seen on the lids of canned beef and pork. And we can't independently verify exactly when and where the photos were taken, but they seem to be yet another example of how the West sanctions are impacting ordinary Russians. And it comes as the Biden administration says
This
Russia's
seems like kind of a
economy is plunging into
flex.
recession and getting crushed.
Doesn't this seem kind of like a flex? Like CNN's like, yeah, we're fucking them. We're fucking them hard. We're fucking them good with our sanctions. Like, look at that. Fuck yeah, dude.
By crippling inflation. Matthew Chance is out front.
In Russia, they're calling it the sugar panic. As Western sanctions on the country bite, ordinary people have been snapping up essentials, here jostling with each other in the Russian city of Saratov to buy sugar off the back of a truck. God bless you, the voice says, as a supermarket worker pushes a trolley of sugar towards anxious shoppers.
Bro, you don't want to see Babushka's fucking throw down, dude. Shit looks like Black Friday, but for sugar.
They scramble to grab as much as they can before supplies run out. Pleas from Russian officials for the public not to...
Shit looks like the fucking backside of a Planned Parenthood, and you got a bunch of fucking pro-lifers fighting for all of the baby fetuses that they can grab.
Panic buy are going unheard. And now a prominent Russian economist tells CNN this economic pain is set to deepen.
You know, we're seeing these shortages now, and that's bad enough for some people in Russia. But what you're saying is that soon we could see a much bigger, much more serious economic impact because of these sanctions.
Yes, the shortages, it's a temporary, most of the shortages, it's a temporary problem. So that will be solved, like these goods will appear. So it's really acute phase and then everything is fine. With the quality of life, like actually real income, that is not that apparent yet, but that will be, this problem will be accumulating and becoming more and more apparent in the coming months.
In fact, that impact on quality of life is already being felt. These are the crowds that flocked to an IKEA superstore in Moscow the day before it closed down last month. Across Russia, Western brands have suspended production
Not
or simply
IKEA.
pulled out over the invasion of Ukraine.
Not
Jobs may
McDonald's.
soon go permanently. Even more seriously, there are concerns a shortage of Western medicines is starting to have a real impact on people's health.
Yeah, that
Like
shit is
Anastasia
fucking
in Moscow
insane.
And her father, who she says has been diagnosed.
No, this guy's gonna fucking no, guys, you don't understand. That guy's gonna really blame Vladimir Putin for the medicine shortage. He's gonna be like, oh man, I'm gonna overthrow Vladimir Putin now. Like, sick. Dude, yo, what is going on right now? Like, what the fuck's happening here? But this does seem like a flex. Am I crazy?
Diagnosed with a brain aneurysm. We asked everywhere, but no one had his medicine, she says. Now he feels sick. Russian officials say they're aware of the shortages and are trying to address them. But if sanctions persist, Russia faces being cut off from medical advances and other technologies that may set it back, even cause harm. But many Russians accustomed to hardship remain unshaken by the economic doom threatening their nation.
Sicko mode
I was
media,
born in
yeah.
Soviet times, says Larissa in the Russian town of Pokrov. She then speaks of the challenges since then, like economic restructuring and food stamps. We got over it all, she says. Valentina, also in Pokrov, says she does.
When I watch this, I'm like, who out of the people that you're showing is gonna rise up against Vladimir Putin, you know? No, I think it is to make Americans feel empathy for those facing sanctions, different from typical coverage of sanctions, you know, racism. No, I don't think so.
Doesn't mind that prices have gone up at all. In a month, it will all straighten out, she hopes. After years of navigating Western sanctions, there's a belief, perhaps misplaced, things will work out this time too.
To be fair, though, I don't even think like the sanctions are as impactful as Americans, and even myself, even I thought it was going to be. Like, I had a genuine concern of what we are watching currently unfolding in like way more damaging ways, and ultimately they have not been that devastating, other than, you know, luxury items and stuff like that, but also some essential commodities like sugar.
When Russians are saying this, I mean, yes, ecologically they are used to sanctions, but in terms of the effect on economy, it is much more damaging than the sanctions that were previously implemented.
Well, I mean, previously as well, the sanctions haven't really worked in terms of changing Russia's policy, changing the Kremlin's policy. Do you think there's a chance that these sanctions in that case will work and they will force the Kremlin to change course?
Honestly, I doubt that. Just with the logic of the current regime in Russia, it's a thing about Putin that he doesn't give up under pressure. It's like makes him even more persistent at the expense of the country.
Economic pain, it seems, is a price the Kremlin is willing to let its own.
In Tsarist Russia, those who cannot afford much would place sugar on the table and look at it while sipping tea, providing psychosomatic sweetening. Jesus Christ. M from Belarus, prices for everything, even essential products, rose by 20 to 60% in the last 2 months.
People pay.
I don't care about that shit, bro. Fuck Russia and fuck dumb Russians who still support Putin. People that can't do simple fucking math. Wait, what? You okay, dude? Good, dude? 17-month subscriber? sorry, maybe they shouldn't fucking keep supporting Putin. Not sorry. Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, brother. I don't know if you're like living in America or wherever the fuck you're living. If you're Turkish, for example, that exact same fucking logic would, you know, cause a lot of bloodshed. You understand? Like, that attitude is... My ultra-conservative grandfather calls GWB a war criminal, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I mean, there you go. You know? Yeah, Russians should vote them out. Should vote Vladimir Putin out, I think. Like, Americans being like, fuck Russians, like, those pieces of shit, they deserve it, is so funny. It's like, dude, we literally deserve worse if that is the case, okay? Like, the shit we've done, 9/11 is blowback, right? But the shit we've done on top of that, oh my God. Russia already caused unspeakable amount of bloodshed in Ukraine, you clown. I've never said that is incorrect or anything like that. I'm simply stating that we in the United States have also justified and have caused and are currently causing unspeakable bloodshed all around the world. I wouldn't be fucking all confident about like engaging in collective punishment across the board on an entire population of people living in the United States of America. Okay? That's a little crazy, I think. You know, because that exact same logic extended to your existence would allow like a random fucking dude living in Yemen to come and literally murder your grandmother and your mother and be justified in doing so. You know?
Oh my God, they are. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, 4 climate scientists. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I love America.
Oh my God. These guys are definitely ready to pull out the riot gear.
Yeah, fuck them all is easy to say. We're in the core of the most powerful empire in the world. Low risk of chickens coming home to roost. But they do. Chickens do come home to roost sometimes. You know. 9/11. I'm just going to keep saying that over and over again. Why do you do this to yourself? I mean, it's true. What the fuck? That's not a controversial opinion at all. It's blowback. Straight up. Oh, fuck. Ah! I caught it and then I let it go. Son of a bitch.
Here is to treat everything that they do as a response to something on the right, which is of course quite insane. But when you see it through their view, you actually see what they're doing with kids. So the idea is that if you don't teach kids, if you don't indoctrinate kids about LGBTQ identity, if you don't indoctrinate kids in the idea that men can be women and women can be men and that boys have 2 daddies and all of this kind of stuff, if you don't indoctrinate kids, all you're doing is you're leaving.
Bro, he just straight went back to homophobia. It's awesome. Like, remember Ben Shapiro being like, actually, technically, you could be gay. You just can't be gay and Jewish at the same time. I'm just Jewish. That's why I believe in, like, homosexuality being, like, something that the government should not be able to deal with. But, like, if they're going to deal with it, it's fine to just straight up being like, you can't be 2 daddies. That's indoctrination. Like, these motherfuckers. Oh, got him. Fucking got him. Let's go. Get fucked. Oh shit, it's still alive. Ah! Woo! Fuck yeah. BO3 OF95 with a 50 gifted subs, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ad breaks at the top of the fucking hour. Holy shit. It's at the top of the hour. There's a 6-second ad break, baby. And if you no longer want to see those fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe. What's happening right now? So much is happening on this stream. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime, folks. Or if you're lucky, you could be one of those 50 gifted. My lord. Hasan is such a hypocrite for saying war is bad and U.S. deserve 9/11 but kills a fly live on stream. Yup. Killing flies instead of rehabilitating and reforming? Fuck no. No rehabilitation. Just like I served the ad break no matter what. Boom. Ran it back, baby. Put those numbers on the board.
It's the right to indoctrinate their own kids. And you can't allow the right to indoctrinate their own kids. You can't allow culture to indoctrinate kids in the baseline belief that all of human reproduction relies on men and women having babies. You're not allowed to. You can't leave it to them. See, people are being indoctrinated in the systems of the past, in the evil systems of the past. And so we have to rip away the kids and we have to re-indoctrinate them in order to even the score. And that is what the left is basically saying right now. That is their case. Well, all of this sort of culminated for us here at the Daily Wire in us saying, so you'll recall that last week, Disney announced that they had a bunch of woke executives and employees get out there and suggest, again, that it was a great and grand idea to sexually indoctrinate children. And we are going to, again, this is one of their producers, insert a not at all secret gay agenda in children's programming. And we at the Daily Wire were like, fine, if you're going to do that, we'll produce some content that you guys can, you as parents, you're not going to have to pre-screen. It's stuff that makes you feel safe, leaving your kids in front of the TV. And this prompted, of course, SNL to make fun of us. So first of all, thanks for the compliment, SNL. Second.
Dude, you can say that as many times as you want, the indoctrination of children, but like, you know, you're a fucking homophobic piece of shit, straight up. Okay? It is not an indoctrination of children. Show gay people existing, okay? Gay people literally exist. Doesn't matter. You might not want that to happen. You might think that that's unacceptable, but gay people still exist, whether you like it or not. Reflecting that in your form of art is not indoctrination. It's just simply showcasing the reality.
Second of all, I don't know who does the writing over at SNL, but they need better writers. So here was SNL.
Yeah, I mean, SNL's not funny, but also, I mean, fuck, Ben Shapiro, definitely least funny person on the planet. He's never laughed. The only time Ben Shapiro laughs is when he watches like a Palestinian home get fucking demolished. So
trying to go after us here at the Daily Wire for pointing out that you should actually be able to watch children's television without learning that cartoon animals are demisexual.
The conservative media organization The Daily Wire said they'll spend $100 million to create children's programming to counter woke media companies. Programs will include Clifford the Big Straight Dog, Encanto, but in English, and One Fish, Two Fish, that's how many fish genders there are.
Okay, so to be frank, honestly, I would 100% create a book called One Fish, Two Fish.
Okay, I didn't even realize it was a weekend update. How are you going to come for the weekend update? They're actually funny. Like, they're literally, you're laughing. God, Ben is such a fucking lib, dude. I despise him. He is so, you want to know why I fucking hate Ben Shapiro more than anything else? Because he's such a fucking California purebred liberal, okay? This whole, like, I'm actually a socially conservative person, like, it is straight the fuck up. Like, I don't know if it's an act or not. Some people say that it is. and that he's actually like kind of chill and like normal when cameras are not on, which makes it worse. But I do know that his background is 100% like violinist, and his dad was a fucking violinist in Los Angeles. Like, he grew up in California, Los Angeles. Like, you know he is 100% hamming it up. At his heart, he is 100% a lip, okay? Failed Hollywood writer. Yes, exactly. That's precisely why he's like the way that he is, okay? So he loves SNL. You know he loves SNL.
That's how many fish genders there are. that create a book called One Fish, Two Fish. That's how many fish genders there are. That we would do that here at Daily Wire, probably. As far as Clifford the Big Straight Dog, the only reason that we would produce Clifford the Big Straight Dog is because you guys insist on reading kindergartners. Heather has 2 mommies.
Okay, by the way, like, he's just basically proving that it's just reactionary bullshit. Okay? Yeah. The only reason why we would do this is because we're reactionary. Yeah, that's the point. That's the joke. You're describing the joke, which you laughed at, you fucking clown.
Again, we don't want to produce any of those things. We were just like Clifford can remain the big red dog that he is, a non-sexual being, which is fine for small children, who, again, are not.
For the record, libs can be transphobic or homophobic too. I'm just saying he's a lib because he likes SNL and he like abides by a lot of the liberal values, which he routinely says he's against. And racist as well.
Non-sexual beings.
The
left has to declare that we are the bad guys. We're the bad guys for suggesting that maybe kids should just read books that aren't about where people wish to rub their genitals. It is an amazing, amazing thing. And some people on the left are so mad about the fact that people on the right are responding to all of this that they are now calling on major corporations to do their work for them. It demonstrates, again, that when it comes to the left and their supposed populism, they're not populist at all. They don't care about the little guy. They're fine with using the top echelons of our institutional culture in order to cram down their perverse point of view on life. They are imperialists. They're cultural imperialists. They wish to have the top levels of American society, the biggest corporations, the most powerful government agencies, cram down what they want on you. I've said for a long time, conservatism has to be built ground up. It's those little platoons, right? What Edmund Burke called the little platoons, families with family values, which build into communities, which share those values, which build into local communities, which share those values, which eventually build into national communities, which don't share the same sort of values that families do, but share some baseline values with other people across the country. That is how you build a society. What the left does is they impose their viewpoint top down. They crush the little platoons. They crush local communities and states and families. That is their goal. They have to break all bonds. So if they have to use Disney to do that, they will. So all these people who say they hate corporations, they are perfectly happy to use those corporations to get involved in politics, so long as the corporations mirror their point of view. So you have Jamel Bouie, who hates corporations, right? Jamel Bouie is economically speaking, he's much closer to a socialist. He says Disney could, somebody tweeted, Disney could destroy DeSantis and everybody down to precinct captain. Okay, first of all, try it. Like, seriously, anybody who thinks that Disney can break the Republican Party in the state of Florida, you just try it. Seriously. And Jamel Bouie says, I've been thinking about this as well. The mouse is powerful enough. It could want regime change in Florida. It could probably get it. No, it most certainly could not. It most certainly could not. But second of all, I'm just going to point out that all of these people have left suddenly calling for the intervention of woke companies in American politics. Same people like Koch brothers, evil. Elon Musk, super bad. What? But Disney, can you come save us? Please save us, Disney. Also worth pointing out here, weak-kneed Republicans need not apply for leadership in the Republican Party anymore. So the new favorite in the media is Larry Hogan, the Maryland governor, who, of course, is socially left because he's the governor of Maryland. You wouldn't expect anything different. So Larry Hogan is on national TV, and he's going to be the good Republican for the next 5 minutes. If he would actually win the nomination, he would become bad Republican because they can't allow a Republican to get elected president or anything. So Governor Larry Hogan will be brought out as the sort of good Republican foil, the way that it used to be like John Huntsman, or before that it was John McCain, until McCain won the nomination, at which point he became an evil, evil man. So there is this breed in the sort of beltway circles who thinks that avoiding the culture wars is the way you win. That's such nonsense. The culture wars are the way you win, not avoiding them, engaging in them. This is the amazing thing about the Trump phenomenon. There's so many people who tried to intellectualize Trump. Trump was just a giant screw you to people who wish to indoctrinate your children in critical race theory and gender studies. That was the basic idea of Trump. They're a bunch of elites. They wish to control your life. They hate you. They think you're an ignoramus. They think, according to Barack Obama, you're a bitter clinger who goes to church. And
He's right.
Donald Trump's like, I don't hate you guys. And people are like, sounds good to me. Well, here's Larry Hogan saying it's really, I don't even understand why there is a Florida bill to prevent sexual indoctrination of children. Yeah, Larry Hogan, take a hike.
I mean, he's literally fucking, he's admitting it. He's saying the quiet part out loud. So that's kind of cool to see. I mean, he's just straight up fucking saying it. He's 100% right. Culture wars is how you win. It's kind of the whole shtick for the Republican Party. Ben is correct, admitting it, and also, he gives the game away on that front. He also, fuck, what was the other thing he said? Sorry, I was like trying to fix my I haven't gone up in a while. My brother in Christ, turn him up or turn you down? Here, sorry about that. Oh yeah, the second game giveaway is this. I love how these guys think straight equals non-sexual, gay equals sexual. That is how they think. They literally believe if you are they literally believe if you're straight, then yeah, it's not a sexual thing. It's just normal. If you're gay, indoctrination. No one will ever be like, oh, do you have a girlfriend? Like asking a fucking a kid if they have a girlfriend or not, or if they have a crush on someone, is never considered like an indoctrination into heterosexuality. But the opposite of that would be, oh my God, that's a crime. You need to stop.
No one wants to hear you.
DeSantis is always talking about, he was not demanding that businesses do things, but he was, telling the cruise lines what they had to do. He was telling local schools what they had to mandate.
Dude, oh my God. Sometimes I like having the camera bigger than the chat. Can we just do that sometimes? Is that okay? Without chatters literally losing their fucking minds is deliberate, okay? It's not on accident. Like, there's literally a chatter who's saying, oh my God, why won't someone tell him to fix the camera? Like, verbatim, someone wrote that. Oh my God, why are you telling him to fix the audio, but not the fucking camera? Like, I get it. I get it. You have some... I don't know how to say this without coming across as ableist, but you got some fucking neurodivergent stuff going on that's forcing you to lose your fucking shit when you see something that's not like perfectly aligned, okay? But just, figure it out. I'm as accommodating as possible to like misophonia. Goddamn, I can't satisfy every single person. Okay. Sometimes I like to have the camera a little bit larger than the chat. It looks better on fucking YouTube edits. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'm fucking ableist, dude. I am. I'm literally ableist towards OCD chatters. Okay.
And now he wants to criticize Disney for expressing, how they.
Yeah, this just turned into a DSA meeting. I'm straight up. Like, it is. It's not, though. It's not a DSA meeting. This is not a safe space. Yes, larger cam equals more cam resolution on the VOD. Thank you, illegal. That's exactly why I do it.
He was not demanding that businesses do things, but he was, telling the cruise lines what they had to do. He was telling local schools what they had, mandating, and now he wants to criticize Disney for expressing, how they feel about that bill. I mean, they have every right to it. We have a thing called freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
They can come out and say what they think. I think the bill was kind of absurd and not something that would have happened in our state.
That's right. It wouldn't have happened in your state, which is why you're not a national candidate and you can go away. And really, I've been sympathetic to Larry Hogan and some of the ways he's approached issues in Maryland. But if this is the battle inside the Republican Party between people who wish to protect children and people who think it's a nonsense issue.
Bro, he's just mad that, like, Larry Hogan abides by the wishes of his constituency as a governor. Like, he admits, like, that's how it is in Maryland. but then gets mad that he's not like, he's like, see yourself out of Republican business, like the National Republican Party. This is our business. Our business is culture war, and our culture war business is right now doing homophobia. It's crazy. They admit this and then act like it's like some fucking serious thing. It's like dealing with the National Republican Party's attitudes is exactly like dealing with debate lords in general, where they just constantly bring up irrelevant, random shit that is completely spite-based, okay? Has nothing to do with like improving the material conditions of anyone. And then they'll fucking act like it's the most important, most significant issue that's ever faced American society. And they'll totally give up on it a week later when a new thing comes up. It's exactly the same shit I hate about debate bros. Literally, just the exact same shit that debate bros on the internet do. Like, oh my God, this is the most significant thing. Only until the next thing comes up, and then I care about that as the most significant thing, and totally give up on this. What happened to CRT? Oh, they shelved it. What happened to Antifa? Oh, they shelved it. Now it's about Disney grooming your children. Can't you just record the video from a camera in a different file? Can't you just suck it the fuck up? I mean, seriously, dude. Yeah, let me just make something insanely fucking difficult from a production point of view, because sometimes I want to have a larger camera. I mean, seriously. I'm going to tell you right now, in like 99.9% of circumstances where you think you know better than the streamer from a production standpoint, you don't. I promise you. I'm going to let you know right now. I promise you, you don't know better. Okay? You just don't know better. Like when they try to make you seem homophobic, you say Pete Buttigieg. Yeah, I mean, I am an LGBT foe though, so they were right.
We need to focus on tax rates. Take a hike. Seriously, take a hike. I care about tax rates too. I'm the most free market guy on the right, probably. That doesn't mean that when it comes down to the priority of woke Disney versus your kids, that I'm not going to take the side of your kids, because I'm not a moron. If the Republican Party wants to avoid culture war issues, they're going to lose, and they should lose. These are 70-30 issues. Honest to God, if Republicans are going to be this out of touch, they deserve to lose. I know what you're thinking. It's time to binge.
Oh my God, he's such a fucking asshole, dude. It's crazy. All right, there was like there was a lot of stuff that we were going to watch yesterday that I totally forgot to watch. So let's get into it. What were the videos that I was going to watch? It was a bunch. Joe Rogan says Leah Thomas is an attack on women's sports. Oh man, the famous transphobe says some transphobic shit. Who cares, dude? Oh, this was awesome. Oh dude, this is great. I love this. I mean, that's fucking awesome. No, I don't want to watch Kurgazak's We Will Fix Climate Change. I hate. No fuckers? No, I don't know if I want to watch that either. New Jawbreak on
Hey guys,
Minecraft.
Sky here. I'm with Minecraft Universe, and today we are playing Epic Jumpman Butter Edition.
It used to be called Sky Does Minecraft. You would play with blocks and do stupid videos for little kids.
What is this? Is this like some fucking child abuser or some shit? Bro, a 53-minute video on a Minecraft groomer? Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. Elden Lean. Dung Eater Edition.
Hey people.
Seth here. The following is highly experimental and may come off as disjointed or schizophrenic. I don't care. Elden Ring, the newest hot release by Hideo Miyazaki of Ghibli Studios, famous for classic animations such as Howl's Moving Mausoleum and My Invader Totoro. From Software have really outdone themselves, as this game features not one, but 2 crustaceans, possibly even more. Unfortunately, I haven't unlocked the ability to swim, so I cannot confirm or deny that. The game begins, and I make my character. His name? Sambubu. His class, naturally, is wretched. I did originally consider prisoner, but I chose not to. I take the key as my starting item, and live to regret it after I get immediate access to a side dungeon and get run over repeatedly.
Seth is kind of controversial in his videos. I don't know if you know him. No, I don't know who this is.
By a speeding train. I chose instead to go the other way. After camping a few times, Melina comes by and offers me an accord. I turn it down because I think it's funny. I then proceed to kill Morgott and Godric before I realize I haven't leveled up. How was I supposed to know I had to say yes? Miyazaki, just because I'm offered the ability to talk to a woman doesn't mean I'm going to take it. I think that's a symptom of bad design. Conversely, I fell for the oldest trick in the book, the warm embrace of a woman's lap, only to find out 100 hours later it's actually a debuff. What did they mean by this? I guess I'll have to consult a 40-minute lore video to figure out the true symbology behind this item description. I tell you, passive storytelling at its very best, especially when half of characters either disappear, die, or start T-posing during your playthrough. This might bother people who believe there's a story, which is the equivalent of finding a bunch of random notes and thinking to yourself, damn, that book was wild. Halo's plot is crazy. Have you not read all the secret terminals? On the bright side, Dark Souls lore channels now have a steady source of bread for the next 4 years. I assure you, you'll know every side character better than your own family. I don't remember which war Granddad was fighting, but I do know Patches. I know that, canonically, he is circumcised. Honestly, I don't judge. I still get to have my wife Ronnie. What I'm criticizing is the involvement of this fat fuck. Celebrated offer, helping to weave the narrative experience? Okay, let's see what this dude wrote. Sunset found her squatting in the grass, groaning. Every stool was looser than the one before and smelled fouler. By the time the moon came up, she was shitting brown water. The more
Dude, my favorite streamer is problematic. He's platforming problematic people, and now he's platforming toxicity. I don't know why someone sent this to me. I don't really know what's going on here. I don't think I've watched any of his stuff, but yeah, it just seems like edgelord memes for the most part. I don't know. I can't wait for a fucking 45-minute video on me clicking away from this video and skipping it. I can't. Every time I fucking watch a video, it's a problem if it's not someone I know. And if I don't watch it, then it's also a problem. He makes such videos aimed at 4chan crowd or something. I mean, it could be funny. I don't know. Okay, I do want to watch this one. The part of history you've always skipped, neo-slavery.
Sound a little different from my usual content because this topic is serious, complex, and infuriating. It's also incredibly long, as you've probably noticed, but it is necessary to understand the full picture. As we're going through this story, I want you to keep this one simple question in the back of your mind. When was the last slave freed in America? 1865, at the end of the Civil War. Everyone knows that. That's probably the second easiest elementary school history question I could possibly think of. Well, okay, if you want to get technical about it, it was after the 13th Amendment, which was a few months after the war ended. Is this some kind of trick question where you're going to claim something abstract like shift work is actually a continuation of slavery? No. Traditional chattel slavery. Juneteenth, final answer. Still wrong. Is this going to be another hour-long?
Damn, bro, this dude got fucking jacked, by the way. I mean, he's like an ex-military guy, but he used to have the ex-military body. He used to have the ex-military guy body, like a veteran body, and now he's like, he's fucking fit as hell again.
Knowing better video about how something we thought ended a century.
G.I. Doe, yeah, no, he had that. He did. He had that, like, dude. I'm calling out every fucking vet in the chat right now. You know what I'm talking about. The fucking when you're honorably discharged and you no longer are doing PT and shit, but you're still eating like dog shit. Okay? And you're just like, what happened? A couple years later, you're like, what happened? I don't know.
Ago actually didn't.
Yeah, it's like me with GTRP bot, exactly.
This video is brought to you by CuriosityStream and Nebula. You're telling me they invented a picture frame that can show whatever image you want on it? Will you get back in the closet, man? This isn't really a topic for lighthearted characters. You're talking about the Civil War, and you don't need your Civil War character. We're actually going to be talking about a whole lot more than just the Civil War. But that's irrelevant. Nobody cares about you. Most people don't even know your name. And besides, if I use you, people are just going to say that Atun Shea did it better. Checkmate, Lincolnats. You're right.
Damn, he's fucking jacked, dude. Shit.
Okay, well, like the majority of my audience, I'm an American. Always have been. I went through elementary, middle, and high school. Then I went on to college to become a social studies
Johnny
teacher,
Harris already.
and then I taught U.S. history in 2 different states at the middle and high school level. Am I giving you my credentials in order to brag? No, quite the opposite, actually. I was taught what I'm going to be calling the standard American history myth. Throughout all of my years of education, including college twice, the story had barely changed between the 1990s and 2010s. And then I taught that same myth to the next generation of students. Since I'm going to be spending the rest of this video dismantling this story, and at least some of my audience isn't American, it's probably a good idea to make sure we're all on the same page. As you can see, I have a brand new-ish TV, so I can show you video clips whenever I want. Now, I found this video from an online university that sums up what most of us have been taught, and therefore—
This dude's a military vet. He has a Starship Troopers poster. The movie went right over his head. No, it didn't. Bro, come on, dude. Not every fucking vet is like hoorah boot, okay? This dude is literally the perfect example of not one of those guys, okay? He probably perfectly understands Starship Troopers. If you haven't watched any of his videos, then like don't immediately fucking rush to that conclusion. He did a massive review of Starship Troopers movie and book on his YouTube. I can't speak on his personal opinion on Starship Troopers, but I wouldn't be surprised if he, knowing what his perspective is on like imperialism and whatnot, I would assume that he understood the point of Starship Troopers, for the record. Does understanding Starship Troopers mean you can't like it anymore? No, they're just saying that because he was a vet, that like the entire purpose of Starship Troopers is literally against imperialism and like talking about how American imperialism is fascist. Might be anti-socialist, but he's still like, you know, more progressive than like 99% of Americans, okay?
believe about American history. Let me just U.S. history in 4 minutes or less. America was founded when a group of Protestant Christians fleeing religious persecution in Europe made the harrowing journey across the Atlantic Ocean and landed at Plymouth Rock. These pilgrims had a feast with the Indians to celebrate their cooperation, and that became the holiday of Thanksgiving.
That's right, nothing bad happened.
Decades, several other
This
British
channel's
colonies
based.
were founded on the American continent.
This channel's
and
based.
In 1776, they all declared their independence from the king
I love
over the
this
issue
channel.
of taxation without representation. After the Revolutionary War had been won, the Founding Fathers wrote the Constitution, a freedom-loving liberty document which guaranteed that all men were created equal. There's one glaring hypocrisy with that.
But dude, the funniest part is like this is literally how they teach it, I feel like, in American schools. Now, I didn't go to an American school, okay? I did not go to an American school, but I have conversed with a lot of Americans and deal with Americans that are products of the American schooling system every day. And it feels like this is spot on because that's how they think America happened.
That statement, though, the fact that slavery existed in America. How could the Founding Fathers believe in equality while many of them were also slave owners?
Wait, what the hell?
Well, many of them knew that this peculiar institution was morally wrong and thought that the practice would naturally die out.
Oh,
on
thank
its
God.
own. But just to be sure,
he's
they put
salvaging
a
it.
clause in the Constitution saying that the importation of new slaves would end in 1808. None of the founding fathers could have predicted the cotton gin, though, which suddenly made slavery much more profitable and all but guaranteed it would continue for another century. Throughout the 1800s, abolitionists like Frederick Douglass fought to end the practice, and in 1860, Abraham Lincoln was elected on that very platform. In order to protect their rights as states and keep their taxes from increasing, several southern states decided to break away from the Union and form their own country known as the Confederacy.
Yeah, real America.
From 1861 to 1865, America fought the bloodiest war in its history.
The War of Northern Aggression. They wanted to tax us further. And we were fighting for our states' rights, of course.
And in the end, the Union was preserved and 4 million black people were freed from bondage. It's a common misconception that Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, but the Emancipation Proclamation only applied to areas in active rebellion, meaning the Confederate States. There was no way to enforce that without invading, and the northern slave states were unaffected, so this didn't really do much. In reality, it wasn't the Great Emancipator, but the 13th Amendment, ratified 8 months after his assassination, that abolished slavery. Reconstruction lasted from 1865 to 1877 and was marked by a period.
That's the length that liberals were willing to go. Like that's the time frame of how long liberals were like, okay, we can try something different with like black people, you know, being in positions of power and stuff, and like that was it. It was just like 100 years to preserve slavery, okay? And another 100 to like, reinstitute the same like Jim Crow era systemic discrimination. And probably another 100 years after that for reparations to come. Who knows? Maybe never. But, 12 years afforded to the brief moment where it's like, hey, maybe we should just give it a shot where like black people have like equal rights and stuff. And then it was like, nah, never mind. It did no shot. Nope.
Period of relative peace since federal troops were stationed in the South to guarantee the rights of the recently freed slaves. After Reconstruction ended, though, things got pretty dark pretty fast. Within a decade, black codes had been passed in every southern state, and many of them required literacy tests and poll taxes to vote. This is the beginning of Jim Crow, an era where black people had to sit at the back of the bus and drink out of separate water fountains. They even had separate schools for white kids and black kids. That lasted until 1954, when the Supreme Court decided to desegregate public schools with the Brown v. Board of Education decision. This began the civil rights movement, which gave rise to leaders like Martin Luther King, who said we should judge each other not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character.
And nothing else. That's right. Yeah, he was a good Republican man. And a good Christian man, a good Republican man. He said that and nothing else. That's right, baby.
With the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Jim Crow and
that part was not good.
Over.
This part was all right. I mean, that I wish his dream didn't also do that, because that was compelling speech and also, interfering in businesses owned by whites and, telling them that, you can and can't do stuff. I don't like that.
And America had finally swept away the last vestiges of racism in the country. We even elected a black man as president. Twice. So the next time someone tells you that America is a racist country with racism in our DNA, hopefully now you'll know better. I'm No Less Better, author of You Learned Everything You Need to Know About History in Elementary School for Better University. Thank you for watching. To help keep Knowing Better videos free, subscribe to our Patreon page at Patreon. I don't apologize for that, nor do you actually want an apology. That was hilarious. You're probably familiar with most of what was said in that video. You might have picked out a small inaccuracy here or there, but for the most part, that was the story you learned as a kid, and the one you likely still believe.
Yeah, the inaccuracy, because you didn't say it was the War of Northern Aggression, you libtard pussy. That's right. Fine, I fixed that one. I fixed that part up.
Because that was the story I was taught, and the story I then taught to others almost 2 decades later.
This better not be a CRT video, one of them CRT vids.
YouTube universities continue to push to this day. Yes, that was a PragerU parody. Just about every sentence was paraphrased from one of their videos. And they're usually pushing the message that your kids are learning something different and scary.
I was spared the life-sapping, negative messages about America that are crippling a generation of young people.
It's always wonderful that, like, white people wrote this fucking video that this black person is narrating, because the idea that like, oh, black people are not victims of systemic segregation or, you know, still have the remnants of an unequal, unjust system that was designed around enslaving them and maintain that unequal two-tier justice system. It's actually, you feel that way because people are teaching that to you in schools. That's why. Like, black people have no idea on systemic racism. Like, it's not, there's no disenfranchisement. It's just because you fucking heard that was bad. So now your vibes are fucked, black people. And that's why you're poor. Yeah. It's like the whitest take you can have is the slavery was a choice take.
These ideas are poison.
As a social studies teacher, I can assure you that no K-12 student is being taught that America is a racist country or was founded on racist ideals. And there's certainly...
They should be. But they should be. Unless you come to the HasanAbi broadcast. That's right, folks. Here at the HasanAbi broadcast, I tell you that every fucking day, okay? Which is because it's true, and you should know that. Which is fine. I mean, it's like... Obviously, you're not a part of that. If you've at least like recognized it, that's a good first step. But, you know.
Not learning critical race theory. Because if you stray from that standard story, you'll have an angry parent on the phone by the afternoon, and you'll be talking to your superintendent by the end of the week. Before you assume anything, that did not happen to me. I 100% believed that version of American history the entire time I worked in a classroom. And honestly, for years afterward. But that general story...
Did he change his views? He made a video a couple of years ago where he defended Christopher Columbus? No shot. Really?
Standard myth that America was founded on freedom, slavery ended after the Civil War, and segregation lasted until Martin Luther King doesn't really explain the current state of racial inequality and leaves a lot more questions than answers. I mean, if black people have been free for 150 years, why is there still so much inequality? Why haven't they caught up yet? You can come at this from...
He deleted that video? He did a video. Wait. Here at the HasanAbi broadcast, we lynch all white people? Yeah, of course. Classically, famously. Also me first, obviously. I, as a white, get lynched first in the HasanAbi broadcast. Actually, that part is kind of true. You guys do love fucking ripping me to shreds for like innocuous, random, dumb shit. He made another video talking about the Columbus video. It's good that he changed his mind. That's sick.
Multiple different angles. Why do they perform worse in school? Why do they make less money? Why are they convicted of more crime? Why aren't they elected to office at a rate more proportional? The point is, you're never given an answer to these questions. You're left to make it up on your own. If America is the land of equality and some people just can't seem to do well, there must be something inherently different about that group of people specifically that prevents them from succeeding. Most Americans are never taught that maybe the system itself is rigged against them. But even more than that, they never learned that the fundamental premise of that question, that slavery ended 150 years ago, is incorrect. I'm not talking about the prison industrial complex or unpaid internships. I'm talking about ball and chain chattel.
Bro, homie's got 8 minutes into this intro. I want to know where. What's he talking about? Where?
Slavery. If the standard American history myth that we all grew up hearing is wrong, when was the last slave freed in America? Okay, we don't need a second title
Okay, I was about to say,
card.
is another
No, I
title
did
card.
that.
Come on.
Before we can get to your first guess, the Civil War, it's important to talk about the political and societal situation leading into it.
I gotta turn on my AC again.
Firstly, America was not founded by the Pilgrims, nor were they fleeing any kind of religious persecution, but clearing up that specific myth is a story for another time. Jamestown, Virginia was the first permanent British colony in America, founded in 1607. If you watched my Company Towns video, you're familiar with this place. It was a tobacco plantation that began to use slave labor after a workers' strike in 1619. This is why the 1619 Project marks this as the beginning of America, because it kind of is. The Mayflower didn't happen until 1620. The Pilgrims had no intention.
Wait a minute, I walked away for a second. He's talking about some commie shit. America wasn't... The Pilgrims weren't positive influences on the lives of the Native Americans, the American Indians. What the fuck? That's a lie. His heritage, not hate, brother. He's doing CRT, brother.
Of founding a new country, and the Thanksgiving part didn't get added to the story until way later. But again, another time. For decades, the various colonies in America existed as somewhat mixed communities. There were free white people, a few free black people, white indentured servants, black indentured servants, and slaves who were either black or Native American. That lasted until Bacon's Rebellion in 1676, when most of these groups rebelled against the ruling class because they wanted to expand further west. This was 100 years before independence. The colonies were ruled by the same aristocracy that existed in Britain, and in response to the uprising, they decided that the best way to keep the rabble in line was to divide and conquer. In the years that followed,
Thank you,
Virginia
Golden
passed a
E-Pump.
number of slave codes that stripped all black people of any rights. By 1705, there were basically no free or indentured black people in Virginia. They were no longer considered citizens. They couldn't own property, guns, or employ a white person. This will be a recurring theme going forward. The laws in America were used to force black people into an underclass. Over the next 2 centuries, the rich white landowners of the South, including many of the founding fathers, relied on slave labor to keep their economy going. And at this point, slavery was still legal in every northern colony as well. In 1769, Charles Stuart traveled with his slave, James Somerset, from Massachusetts to England. They lived there for a few years until Somerset tried to escape and was imprisoned. In 1772, his case was heard by Lord Mansfield, the Chief Justice of the King.
For the record, this is precisely why there were actually like slave laws in Pennsylvania, for example, which George Washington, our brave, bold leader, routinely skirted by rotating his slaves every 6 months to avoid having to free them. But, you know, whenever motherfuckers talk about the founding fathers and try to act like they were totally conflicted on slavery, just remember that, like, there were literally laws set in place implying that at least enough people understood that slavery was wrong, okay? Like, morally abhorrent. And our main pappy, okay, our main founding father, the sickest one, you know, he skirted around those rules.
King's Bench, who determined
the state of slavery is of such a nature that it is incapable of being introduced on any reasons, moral or political, but only by positive law. It is so odious that nothing can be suffered to support it but positive law. Whatever inconveniences therefore may follow from the decision, I cannot say this case is allowed or approved by the law of England, and therefore the black must be discharged.
The black.
Basically, what he just said is that slavery is an unnatural condition and can only exist if there is a law specifically stating it can exist. That's what he means by positive law. There was no such law in England, therefore slavery cannot exist there. It's unclear who came up with this famous line, but it was said that the air in England was so pure that if an enslaved person were to breathe it in, they would instantly become free. This decision popularized the abolition and anti-slavery movements, which had quietly existed for some time. You know the next part. There's some spilled tea, a few lanterns in a window, Mel Gibson.
Honestly, I think that's why a lot of Americans hate the British, okay? Or like we meme a lot about the British because that fucking take is so like, that's just every American's attitude. That's what happens when you are living in the imperial core. At the time, that was the imperial core then, and that was the attitude there. And that's why Americans, despite having 25% of the world's incarcerated population, literally think it's the freest place on the planet, okay? Can you fucking imagine living in the United States of America and hearing regularly, that's right, baby, home of the free, home of the brave, baby, freedom ain't free. And routinely fucking repeating that. We are 4% of the entire world's population and yet house 25% of the incarcerated population of the planet, okay? Insane.
Gibson, and eventually recognition of our independence. A few years after that, the founding fathers got together.
That's why we hate the British, though, because we hate ourselves, okay? Deep down inside, we hate ourselves. Maybe that's why we hate the Russians, too. Like the Russian government and Vladimir Putin, because it's like a mirror reflecting back our horrific crimes, the way that we operate with impunity, okay? With the way we operate with, not impunity, what the fuck? Dude, what is wrong with me? The way we operate in the most violent ways possible. Whenever someone fucking says you're wrong, whenever someone else does that, Whenever someone else does that, we get mad. Impunity was the right word, by the way. I know. Sorry. Okay. Impunity was the right word. I have been, I don't know what's going on in my brain. I haven't been, it has not been working well lately.
To write the Constitution. There were 55 delegates, so...
This notion implies Americans are self-aware to the point that they realize they're the baddies. No. No. You don't have to be self-aware to fucking... You think people that hate themselves, who lash out at others, that also fucking represent values that they despise in themselves, and other people are aware that they hold those values as well? No. They don't have to fucking be aware. It's not about being self-aware. It's like this intrinsic hatred that you feel towards yourself that you don't even recognize you feel.
So there were disagreements on nearly...
Hasan, as a consumerist, you won't be able to stand in a fair, modest, socialist society. Yeah, totally, dude. Socialism is not... Listen, I'm not a big Dengist myself, but, you know, he was right when he said socialism is not about poverty. Socialism is to be glorious, okay? I mean, that is true. It's not a poverty cult. Shut the fuck up.
Every issue. Among the noteworthy, there were abolitionists like John Adams and slave owners like Thomas Jefferson. As a result, the issue of slavery appears in the Constitution 3 times without ever actually using the word slavery. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 states,
Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this Union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons.
This is the 3/5 compromise, which we all learn about in school. 2 things to note here. First, it doesn't say that black people are only...
It's kind of wild when you think about, like, learning this in school and then thinking that America was not built on the foundation of, like, you know, preserving and maintaining slavery. Here's a circumstance where both sides on this argument are expressly against the existence of black people. Like, one side's like, no, fuck that. We don't want any fucking, we don't want any consideration whatsoever. The other side is like, no, we want consideration specifically so that we can have more votes or we can have more voting power. But still, you know, we'll compromise. We'll say that they're valued at 3/5 of a person. And you learn that in fucking school and you're like, no, America wasn't like racist. Get the fuck out of here. Like this should be considered CRT, like this itself.
Or 3/5 of a person. It just says that 3/5 of the total number shall be counted, which is basically the same thing but worded slightly differently. Secondly, indentured servants still count towards the population. It was just Indians and other persons who are not.
It wasn't the racists of the South who wanted to count slave populations less than white populations. It was the abolitionists of the North.
Not sure why it keeps cutting to stuff. These old CRTs are kind of buggy. Anyway, she is right about that, but why?
Bro, no way! No way they got a black woman to say that on Praise You. What the fuck? Yo, that's crazy. That's awesome. That's, wow. Oh, dude, Praise You's fucking bananas, dude. Prager U is fucking insane. That's nasty as fuck, dude.
Why? The 3/5 compromise was...
Here, we'll run it back.
Other persons...
Less than white populations. It was the abolitionists of the North.
Like, she's right. She's right. Which is why I, even before we arrived at this, I said both sides of that argument were bad.
Less than white populations. It was the abolitionists of the North.
Can you imagine being like, yeah, like both sides are villains in this situation. She's making it seem like the racists of the South were actually the good guys that wanted to count the slave populations, but like not give them rights, obviously. Because that would only imply that the slaves would just mean you have more power. The slavers have more power.
Not sure why it keeps cutting to stuff. These old CRTs are kind of buggy. Anyway, she is right about that, but why? The 3/5 compromise was a way for the southern states to increase their representation in Congress and the Electoral College. If they had their way, they would have counted all of the people that they themselves did not consider to be citizens.
Yeah.
That way they could artificially inflate their national political power. The North would have preferred to count none of them, because if they're not voting and they don't have any rights, who exactly are you representing? The second clause of the Constitution dealing with slavery is Article 1, Section 9.
The way PragerU makes it seem implies, maybe perhaps not even hidden, the hidden implication there, but perhaps maybe not even hidden, I haven't seen that video, is that those who had the slavers themselves, cared more about black people than those who did not. That's the fucking take there, which is the most psychotic thing you could ever fucking say. Okay?
Clause 1.
The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed upon such importation, not exceeding $10 for each person.
I have misunderstood and taught this clause of the Constitution.
Wait, PragerU did a fucking pro Robert E. Lee video? No shot that they deleted?
Robert E. Lee.
Stop it.
Statues of great historical figures, like Robert E. Lee, are being torn down across America. Here are some facts about Lee that remind us why his statue should remain. Robert E. Lee was...
I doubt that this was the real one. Did I watch this before? Have I covered this? Dude, I've a bad brain. Bad brain.
Constitution incorrectly for years.
Children, our founding...
Oh my god, they released this! They released it during the fucking George Floyd protests! Oh my god, dude. The gall, dude. The fucking audacity. Oh my god. Dude, I literally trauma. Fucking, I deleted it from my mind, okay? I memory hold it. Bro, how? How do you not suffer any of the consequences for saying shit like that? Anyway, sorry.
The Constitution incorrectly for years.
Children, our founding fathers knew that slavery was evil and wrong, and they knew that it would do terrible harm to the nation. Our founders created a system they thought would have slavery end gradually.
Oh god, was that like a kid's video? No, we're not doing this. No more TV. Okay, well, the Founding Fathers did not know that slavery was evil and wrong. Some of them actively participated in it and fought for the various compromises we're learning about right now. They did not create a system that would have it end gradually. This clause of the Constitution does not ban the importation of new slaves. Go back and read it. It basically says, Congress shall make no law abridging the slave trade until 1808, which is exactly what happened. They banned it that year. But the point is, the institution and expansion of slavery was protected by the Constitution for the first 20 years.
Holy shit. Anyway, so PragerU defended slavery. So let's take a look. And 500,000 views almost. What the fuck? Dude, I used to pop the fuck off, boys! What happened? I fucking fell off, dude. Young boy Hasan. Dude, this is literally fucking 2 years ago. It's not even... It's 1 year ago. God damn it. I'm gonna get a fucking haircut and everyone's gonna be like, oh my god, I can't believe how young you are now. You guys are so stupid. Okay, I just grew my hair out. Shut the fuck up. That's all I did, is grow my hair out. Shut the fuck up.
Of its existence. The Founding Fathers did not plan for it to end. That's just how it happened to work out. The final mention of I'm actually gonna need the TV if we're gonna keep doing this. We'll just deal with the random clips, I guess. The final mention of slavery can be found in Article 4, Section 2, Clause 3.
No person held in service or labor in one state, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due.
This is the Fugitive Slave Clause, which states that if an enslaved person escapes to a free state, the slave owner can still hunt them down and return them to bondage. Unlike in Britain, in America, breathing free air does not automatically make one free. I just want to point out that the Constitution went out of its way to include a direct response to the Somerset case, stating that those circumstances could never happen here. It's also important to remember that America didn't exist in a vacuum. Things were happening in other countries too. One such country was Haiti, a French colony in the Caribbean which used slave labor to grow its sugar industry until the slaves decided they had enough. They fought for 12 years and gained their independence in 1804. After this successful slave revolt, two things happened. One, America seemed to decide that no matter what, Haiti would be perpetually impoverished. And two, Black people couldn't read anymore. If they found out about Haiti, they might try that here, which is exactly what Nat Turner did in Virginia in 1831, so no more reading. While some states, like South Carolina, banned Black literacy during the colonial era, most southern states didn't enact similar laws until the 1820s and 30s, when the abolition movement was really gaining steam. As a result, we have very few first-hand accounts of slavery written by the actual slaves themselves. Most of their stories are lost to history. Britain abolished slavery in its overseas territories in 1833, and while it's fun to play alternate history and wonder if that would have included America had the revolution failed, there's no way to know for sure. But this did include Canada, which meant that the Underground Railroad finally had a real destination. When Frederick Douglass escaped to New York City in 1838, he was still subject to the Fugitive Slave Clause and could be legally recaptured at any moment. Rather than continue on to Canada, he decided to become one of the country's most prominent abolitionists.
So, you're trying to work for change inside of the American system.
Precisely, Layla. Our system is wonderful, and the Constitution is a glorious liberty document.
Oh no, on the kids one. This is PragerU portraying Frederick Douglass as one of the good ones for working within the system to get slavery abolished. Which
I'm Frederick Douglass, and I hate John Brown. What a bad guy he was. He did not want to work within the confines of the Constitution. I love that they couldn't get a black guy to do the Frederick Douglass voice, so they got like a white dude to be like, "This is my black voice."
immediately falls apart when you remember that we had to fight a war. I can't take any more of the kids one. Let me change the channel.
The movement's leader, William Lloyd Garrison, burned the Constitution at his July 4th speeches. In Garrison's view, it legally protected slavery and was therefore irredeemable. But Douglass came to...
Yeah, at least they didn't get Steven Crowder. At least they didn't bring up Steven Crowder to be like, to do his fucking, to do the only black voice that he knows how to do, which is like Def Jam comic voice. I love when, remember when he did Morgan Freeman with the same voice that he did Obama?
To reject that. He believed that the Constitution was fundamentally opposed to slavery. Interpreted as it ought to be interpreted, Douglass said, the Constitution is a glorious liberty document.
There's that line again, glorious liberty document. Personally, I find William Lloyd Garrison's argument to be a bit more compelling, especially considering those 3 clauses we just went over that exclusively protected slavery. But that line actually comes from a speech Douglass gave in 1852 titled, "What to the Slave is the 4th of July?"
What to the American slave is your 4th July? I answer, a day that reveals to him more than all other days in the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. To him, your celebration is a sham.
Man, I'm sorry. That's not very cash money, my guy. Frederick, not very cash money here. You know, you're being a little too anti-American, I would say. Yeah, I don't know. I prefer the PragerU version, okay, where white people are the heroes. So I'm going to go with that one instead.
Boasted liberty, an unholy license. Your national greatness, swelling vanity. Your sounds of rejoicing are empty and heartless. Your denunciations of tyrants, brass-fronted impotence. Your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery. Your prayers and hymns. Your sermons and thanksgivings. With all your religious parade and solemnity are, to him, mere...
Remember when they tried to cancel Frederick Douglass, like, on TikTok? And said that he wanted to fuck white women. That's why he wanted to abolish slavery. Dude, I swear to God, dude, I don't even want to... oh my God. No, they did that for MLK and they did that for Frederick Douglass. They did that for MLK and Frederick Douglass. They did that for MLK and, bro, they did that for MLK and Frederick Douglass. They did that for MLK and Frederick fucking Douglass. They did. They did it for MLK as well, but they also did it for Frederick Douglass. They said, they did it for both. I'm okay. They said that Frederick Douglass was fucked up, but yeah. I just wasn't ready for that conversation. I think yes.
Bombast, fraud, deception, impunity, and hypocrisy. A thin veil to cover up crimes which would disgrace a nation of savages. There is not a nation on the earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of these.
I know they did it for MLK as well. I know. It's the same fucking thing. It's the same idiotic argument. Is basically like, oh my God, this motherfucker said it was MLK. They did it for MLK and Frederick Douglass. Please stop. I'm right and you're wrong. Okay. This is just how fucking Zoomers are, okay? And you are the Zoomers, and you're doing it to me now. Stop.
United States at this very hour.
Well, that's rather scathing, but not the line I was looking for.
In that instrument, I hold there is neither warrant, license, nor sanction of the hateful thing, but interpreted as it ought to be interpreted. The Constitution is a glorious liberty document. Read its preamble. Consider its purpose. Is slavery among them? Let me ask, if the Constitution were intended to be, by its framers and adopters, a slave-holding instrument, why neither slavery, slaveholding, nor slave can anywhere be found in it?
I mean, just because it doesn't use the word slave doesn't mean... He's basically making the Somerset argument. Since the Constitution doesn't include a positive law allowing for the institution of slavery, it shouldn't exist. But it did, so... Look, I'm just a former high school teacher turned YouTuber. What do I know? What did the Supreme Court...
For the record, for people that don't know, Frederick Douglass had a white wife as well. So what? Treating white women as exotic is kind of fucked up. Shaking my head. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. TikTok Zoomers, even before the MLK stuff, which the MLK stuff pops up every now and then as well. I remember clearly I talked about it where Frederick Douglass had a second wife that was white, and basically TikTok Zoomers were canceling him, saying that he was eliminating the incredibly important work that black women put, specifically his Frederick Douglass' first wife. That's what it was, okay? That's literally what it was. It's real. That was a thing that people were upset at him for. Zoomers. It's a whole conversation within black people's business. Hasan became a political commentator just to fuck blonde women, but y'all ain't ready for that conversation, sweaty. Oh God, please stop.
have to say on the matter. They're the ones who are supposed to interpret the Constitution and figure out the framers' original intent. Throughout the 1840s and 50s, Dred Scott sued his owner for his freedom multiple times. He stated that since he had been brought to the free...
See? There you go. It wasn't that hard. I found TikToks that say Frederick Douglass's wife basically worked her whole life to help Frederick, and he just coasted through life and then turned around and married a white woman after. That's literally a thing. Which, the point of it is this, okay? The point I'm trying to make is this. People are fucking psychotic and literally hurt themselves in confusion, okay? They literally will find anything and everything they can to criticize historic figures just to get, like, I don't know, brownie points or some shit. And ultimately, it's just like an incredibly narcissistic, incredibly idiotic fucking take from people who otherwise would... people who just go, I guess, too far off the deep end. This is the type of It's a fact, not a thing. Okay, yeah, it is a fact. Frederick Douglass coasted through slavery. You're right. What an incredible fact you have blessed us with. He should have not existed, actually. You're right. It would have been much better. America would have been much better without the likes of Frederick Douglass. Thank you for coming to the TED Talk, dude. Holy fucking shit. Oh my God. Just end my life in a video game. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. Now, we learned through time picking apart historic figures who have less info than you is so narcissistic, like you won't be canceled in 50 years. Everyone's going to be canceled, but that doesn't matter. The point is this. That kind of thinking, okay, that kind of thinking would have been like something that the FBI would have loved to insert into black spaces, okay? That kind of attitude was straight up like subversive attitudes that they would have wanted to infiltrate black organizing with, okay? Now we just do it to ourselves. The Zoomers in every, when I say we, I mean like across the board for any kind of like class solidarity, not just for black people and black issues. Zoomers just fucking fight each other, okay? There's no reason for the FBI or the CIA to do anything because you got Twitter. You got Twitter. They will literally be like, nope, point of privilege. Okay? It's point of privilege time. Shut the fuck up. Stay out of black people's business, sweaty. You got TikTok. That's it. Like J. Edgar Hoover would fucking come in the dresses that he would wear. If he knew, in the dress that he was buried in, if he only knew how motherfuckers operate now, okay? Just in his wildest dreams, he could not have actually imagined creating a fucking, creating a situation where like people are just doing it to themselves. Like no one else has to like push the buttons.
The state of Wisconsin, he was now legally free. Again, referencing the Somerset case. The lower courts went back and forth on the matter until it reached the Supreme Court in 1857. I want you to stop for a moment and remember back to what you were taught about this case. How is the decision framed to you? Did they decide?
Also, not all discussions necessitate the input of non-black people, so yeah, you got me. But it's like true, there's actual historical work on this. Sometimes it's necessary because people do harm. It's a weird take. That's a weird take to have. Yeah, dude, keep doing it then. Keep talking about MLK too, okay? You're right. You're right. Sorry, I'll just stay out of black people's business. Go ahead. You're a fucking dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're literally a dumbass. If this is like a take that you have, I'm sorry. You're a fucking dumbass. You're a dumb fuck. I'm Turkish, I'm white, and you're a dumb fuck. Okay? These are facts. It's never, dude, you have to take a breather. You have to literally take a breather and be like, what? Am I really upset about this? Like, this is madness. Is this real? Should I be upset about this?
that he was free or that he was a slave. Here's the actual opinion from Chief Justice Taney.
In the opinion of the court, the legislation and histories of the times, and the language used in the Declaration of Independence, show that neither the class of persons who had been imported as slaves nor their descendants, whether they had become free or not, were then acknowledged as part of the people, nor intended to be included in the general words used in that memorable instrument. They had for more than a century before been regarded as beings of an inferior order and altogether unfit to associate with the white race, either in social or political relations, and so far inferior that they had no rights which the white man was bound to respect, and that the Negro might justly and lawfully be reduced to slavery for his benefit. And upon a full and careful consideration of the subject, the court is of the opinion that, upon the facts stated in the plea in abatement, Dred Scott was not a citizen of Missouri within the meaning of the Constitution of the United States, and not entitled, as such, to sue in its courts.
So again, was Dred Scott a free man or a slave? The answer was neither. He's not a citizen, so who cares? Black people had no rights to which the white man was bound to respect. The Declaration of Independence was not referring to them. They were not created equal. They are not, have never been, and will never be citizens of the United States. This was the highest court in the land saying that the country's foundational documents never meant to include black people, and it's phrased as if this is just common sense at the time. In effect, this was the government telling Douglas he was wrong. The Constitution is not a glorious liberty document, at least not for people like him. Just a few years earlier, they passed the Fugitive Slave Act. So not only could slave catchers come get you if you were in the North, but Northerners had to turn you in if they knew you were a runaway. This forced people in the North, including abolitionists, to participate in the slave trade under pain of prosecution. Around this time, we began to see a shift in the way slaves were used. While the majority of them were still in agriculture.
What does MLK take? Are people thinking that Frederick Douglass was a race traitor since he married a white person? Like, is that what people are trying to say? Just jumped in the stream? No, the take is that there's misogynoir, that black men ain't shit, and they fucking, drop black women and their contributions from history when they get to a position of prominence, okay? That's if I'm going to peek open the door into black people's business and describe to you what that conversation is, y'all ain't ready for that conversation, sweaty. That is precisely what the conversation is. It's while there is some validity to it, it is quite literally the dumbest fucking conversation you could have about people like Frederick Douglass or Martin Luther King. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's literally the whole thing. It's just like fractionalization within a line of solidarity that is well defined due to systemic oppression amongst black people. Okay? It's literally like when we talk about class solidarity being divided along the lines of identity, okay, and how difficult it is for people to recognize their plight as workers because they're too busy focusing on their plight from their position of identity rather than class, we have decided to literally even take black issues and also fractionalize black issues from the fucking point of view of misogyny and women's issues and men issues and even LGBT issues, okay? It's just like, it's literally a perfect opportunity for oppressors to get away with oppression, okay? It's just great. It's awesome. It's wonderful. If you're a white supremacist, like, yeah, let him fight. That's sick. It's great. Okay? That's what's frustrating about it. Shouldn't the racists be most mad about that? I don't get it. No, racists love when fucking... Why would racists give a shit that black women and black men are fighting amongst themselves about misogyny in the black community or whatever the fuck? Like, it's awesome for them. It's great. So much so that, like, there are well-documented acts taken by the CIA and the FBI especially, specifically to create this kind of fractionalization within black movements. Like, they wrote about it. They openly were like, this is sick. We should try to do this kind of hostility. We should identify and divide people that are organizing along other boundaries so they'll fucking fight each other rather than fight us. Okay? Black Panther is a good example. CIA had scared of this kind of program. I mean, yeah, this is... It also falls in the white supremacist / black supremacist talking points that black people should only be with each other and anything else. No, it's just like, it's separatist. It's separatist shit, which sucks. But, you know. Okay, we're gonna go back to this. Now the new strategy to undermine black movements is ADOS versus black immigrants. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Tariq Nasheed. And there is also, yes, legitimate, like, there's a legitimate fucking movement between the ADOS thing is real, yes.
Usually cotton, sugar, or tobacco, other industries began experimenting with slave labor. In 1850, the Bibb Steam Mill Company, a sawmill in Alabama, owned 27 slaves and leased others from surrounding farms. This is important because this is the beginning of industrial slavery, when corporations owned people rather than just some rich guy on a plantation. Railroads soon got into the mix, and by the beginning of the Civil War, they collectively owned about 20,000 slaves. So, all right, the Civil War, which began after Lincoln's election because the southern states were worried that he was going to possibly end slavery, or at the very least, stop it from expanding west. It's a real bummer that I have to take time out to explain this, but it's important.
Our new government is founded upon exactly the opposite idea. Its foundations are laid, its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition. This, our new government, is the first in the history of the world, based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth.
That was the Vice President of the Confederacy saying that this is the first government to be founded on the idea that black people are subservient to white people. I mean, arguably not, right? Like the United States was. Anyway, the point is, whether they were first or not, the Confederacy was founded specifically to defend the institution of slavery, and every state that seceded—
No! States' rights to own slavery, to do slavery. States' rights to own slaves, but states' rights
to mention that as they left. At first, Abraham Lincoln had no real intention of freeing the slaves. This war was about preserving the Union.
My paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union, and is not either to save or destroy slavery. If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that.
Some lib shit right there. That's why he never wrote back to Karl Marx, baby. That's why. He was like, nah, I'm a bit of a lib. The Republican Party did have a lot of Marxist ideas in its inception, though. Not only were they, some Republicans were interested in the abolition of slavery, but they were also in the business of the abolition of wage slavery as well. But you know, this is, yeah, the Abraham Lincoln part is true. There's also another idea about, like, you know, taking all the freed slaves and then sending them to Liberia. That was another one. So that was an interesting side point.
Now, don't get it twisted. Abraham Lincoln was definitely against slavery, but keeping the United States united was more important to him when he wrote that. But for the Confederacy—
No, Marx wrote to Lincoln. Lincoln never wrote back to Marx.
This war was entirely about slavery from start to finish. The evidence is so clear and overwhelming that it's almost impossible to argue otherwise. Here, I'll prove it to you.
The evidence is clear and overwhelming. Slavery was, by a wide margin, the single most important cause of the Civil War.
Did you think you'd ever actually agree with PragerU? When the various southern states seceded, any factories that were owned by northerners were confiscated and transferred into southern hands, and those new owners quickly staffed those mills and furnaces with slave labor. Since all the white men were off fighting, the Civil War caused a dramatic increase in the use—
Wait, that's kind of wild. Why did PragerU admit this? That's surprising. Atun Shai makes good wiz. I don't know who that is. But yeah, that was a weird one. Marx loved Lincoln and saw him as an abolitionist to capitalism. Yeah, I know Marx loved Lincoln.
Of industrial slavery. As soon as the war began, 40 slaves were put into the Sewanee mines, and the Empire State Iron and Coal Company put an ad in the local newspaper looking to hire or buy 100 able-bodied hands. Within a few years, the Shelby Iron Works owned between 350 and 400 slaves. And to cap it all off, In 1863, the Confederate government bought the Briarfield Ironworks in Alabama, which included 9 black men listed on the inventory under livestock. Just to reiterate that, that's the Confederate government itself owning slaves. Within a few months of the outbreak of the war, the North passed the confiscation.
Wait a minute, I thought it wasn't about preservation of slaves. There was just states' rights, brother. States' rights. Even though they literally fucking wrote in their charter in numerous states that it was literally about slavery, but hey, you know.
Confiscation Act of 1861, stating that any escaped slaves who made it to the North were to be considered captured enemy property or contraband of war. While still not viewing them as people, this was at least the end of the Fugitive Slave Act. As the war began to turn in the North's favor, Lincoln entertained the idea of abolishing slavery, but didn't think that the United States could continue to exist as a mixed-race society. So he proposed recolonizing the former slaves to Central America, to a place called Lincolnia. If that sounds familiar, it's because this is the exact same thing President Monroe tried to do with Liberia. This was just a new take on an old idea. This is where Frederick Douglass has the most impact. He convinced Lincoln out of the recolonization plan and into the Emancipation Proclamation, which, as stated earlier, wasn't really enforceable and didn't really do much in terms of freeing anyone. But it did allow the Union Army to enlist black people. Douglass thought that if the United States saw black men fighting for their own freedom, there was no way they could deny their citizenship going forward. 2 of his sons ended up enlisting in the 54th Massachusetts. Upon hearing about the Emancipation Proclamation, Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, issued his own counter-proclamation, saying that any black soldiers they capture will be returned to a state of slavery or, in practice, executed. The Emancipation Proclamation went into effect on January 1st, 1863, and by the time Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address 11 months later, the entire purpose of the war had shifted. So many people had died that Lincoln began to wonder if preserving the Union was really worth the human cost. But if he could reframe this war as the fight to free 4 million black people who were being held in chains, suddenly the death toll doesn't matter as much. The North was already starting to win at this point, but now they had a renewed sense of purpose. Imagine going from putting down a rebellion in a part of the country you don't really care about to ending slavery. In terms of righteous causes, that's even better than fighting for your own freedom.
Bro, straight up, this is, by the way, the attitudes were so fucking hard fought. The way of life was so fundamentally important that this is why I always say they should have raised the fucking South, straight up. Like, they should have killed way more slavers. They should have executed mercilessly a significant amount more slavers than they actually did. There's no way. You have to fucking rid that. Like, as much as a rehabilitationist I am, okay, as much as I believe in rehabilitation, like, there are certain structural problems that you have to address with violence. Like, that's just the reality. Politics is literally about who gets to do the violence. That's the main point. Politics is about who gets the greater share of resources, the distribution of resources, and who gets to do the violence, okay? So violence is 100% a fundamental part of politics. And in this situation, the slavers were the violent ones, obviously. And in order to deal with that violence, you should have been even more violent to the slavers, to make them understand that they can't do this. This is, not acceptable. Just simply undermining their way of life for a brief moment as they recovered and restructured their society back with these codified and institutionalized discriminatory practices was the clearly wrong way to go about this. Demonstrably wrong. Instead, we gave reparations to the slave owners. So did the British, by the way, famously. Fucking Turk. I mean, dude, it's just true. It's not a weird take at all. Dude, look, man, Germany is a great example of this, okay? Now, people will say AFD and whatnot, but, like, look at how the average German approaches Nazi history, okay? And Nazism. Like, there's a difference between like how liberalized Germany is and how liberal Germany is, even though liberalism is not far enough in my perspective, but at least it's not fucking defending and upholding Nazi Germany values for the most part. I mean, obviously we in the West helped with the Nazis in the aftermath of World War II and put them in positions of prominence and stuff like that, but like, the reason why Nazism was a core of the German attitude and was able to be eviscerated effectively is because, they fucking killed them. A lot of them. A good chunk of them. You gotta sometimes kill the fucking Nazis, man. It's just, I'm sorry. It's just the truth. Like a little bit. You gotta do a little bit of fucking cleansing of the Nazis because otherwise you just can't. They're going to come back and be like, no, remember how sick it was when we were Nazis? It was tight, right? Maybe not a little bit. Maybe a little bit more than you think. America didn't do that. It was part of the reason why America didn't do that enough to the Confederates. And that's precisely why. Look at the South, okay?
January 1865, when the 13th Amendment was still being discussed in Congress, General Sherman issued Special Field Order 15. This divided up 400,000 acres of abandoned lands along the Georgia coast to be given to the freedmen, which is what we were calling former slaves. According to the order, each family was to get 40 acres and a mule, and by June of that year, over 40,000 parcels of land had been redistributed. This is reparations. We actually did reparations. But don't get excited. In March 1865, the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands was established, more commonly known as the Freedmen's Bureau. Their primary job was to protect the rights of recently freed slaves and help them get their 40 acres. The Civil War ended on April 9th, and when Abraham Lincoln suggested that black soldiers who fought for the Union should get the vote, John Wilkes Booth decided to kill him. As a result, on April 14th, 1865, Andrew Johnson became president. He was a Southern Democrat who remained loyal to the Union during the war, and Lincoln chose him as VP as a sign of his willingness to reconcile. Johnson also happened to be a raging white supremacist.
This is a country for white men, and by God, as long as I am president...
That's some lip shit. That's lip shit. That's what happens when you're a fucking liberal, dude. That is the brain rot of liberalism right there. Okay? American liberalism will be the end of us all, okay? It has almost always been at the core of everything that is wrong with this society, okay? It's just like no convictions, compromise at all fucking moments. It's like, no, you can't compromise the motherfucker who doesn't think black people are people. There's no compromise. You gotta kill them sometimes, okay? Jesus Christ. It's so stupid. Not in a video game. I'm talking historically. Like what? Or am I going to get fucking banned for saying you should kill people who enslaved others and fought to the death to enslave them to maintain their slavery? That's not a controversial take. What the fuck? Sorry. It's just like, this is some, again, liberalism.
It shall be a government for white men.
Fuck. Within 6 months of his inauguration, he ordered the Freedmen's Bureau to return all of the 40-acre plots that had been distributed back to white ownership. Put another way, he confiscated the land and undid reparations. This was the beginning of presidential reconstruction, which was supposed to be a rapid, lenient restoration of the Union with as few changes to the Constitution as possible. Once the 13th Amendment was ratified, he thought that should be the end of it. Just to recap the timeline here, the war ended in April 1865.
Yeah, I did get banned for saying the C word, so maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I don't know. I'll dial it back a little bit. I mean, like, through the legal framework, okay? Similar to, like, the Nuremberg trials or something, which came after, but also kind of didn't go far enough and should have gone further, at least in the West. it was just, everyone would be happier if, I think America would be a much greater nation if more slavers were killed. I straight up believe that. Like, that is 100%. America would be a better country if Reconstruction actually followed through with the original goals, okay? And that dumbass Northern liberals didn't fucking cave to the crying baby shit slavers. Like, Daughters of the Confederacy? Nope, jail. Straight up. If you wanted to do a Daughters of the Confederacy thing, I will fucking hang you, okay? I think the Daughters of the Confederacy would have been like, oh, really? You wanna whitewash slavery immediately after it got abolished, but it's like not even fully abolished yet? Sorry, treason. That's treason. That's treason. That's treason. You can't do that. That's treason. Hang you. That's the punishment. I'm talking legally, okay? I'm talking legally. Sorry, you get hanged. Don't do it. Don't do that. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's a crazy thing to be able to literally like just be like, all right, there's a little bit of white supremacy is allowed. Like, I know we just abolished slavery, but like a little bit of white supremacy is totally fine. No shot. No fucking shot. That's what I mean when I talk about like Germany in comparison to like where Germany is when it comes to their attitudes about Nazi shit versus where we are in America about Confederacy. There's a reason why when you see the swastika, you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa, that's a Nazi. Fuck no, that we can't have that. But when you see the Confederacy, when you see the Confederate flag, like people go, oh, well, that's a heritage. No, fuck no, that's not heritage. Get the fuck out of here. It's bullshit. But shut it, Twitch is hovering over the button, hoping you slip. Stop edging him. I'm just, legally speaking, okay, there is like not a lot of differences there.
The last remnants of the Confederacy surrendered on June 19th, and the 13th Amendment was ratified in December of that year. What do you think happened after that? The freedmen just walked off into the sunset, end of movie, roll credits? Obviously not, right? The South still needed to harvest crops, and they weren't about to let 4 million laborers just go free and do whatever. Many of the freedmen ended up working on the same plantations that used to own them as slaves. The planter class had them sign labor contracts, which often included slave-like conditions. They agreed to be locked in a cell or chained up at night, not leave the property, obey commands, speak in a servile manner, and accept whatever punishment was deemed necessary. Why would anyone sign these? Because black literacy had been illegal for decades. Most of them couldn't read. By the end of the next year, most
liberals be like, they signed a contract. Sir, this does not violate the non-aggression principle. They signed a contract. I have no morals, only legality. Also, I wrote the rules, and I also subjugated the people. But also, you know, rules are rules. Sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ. How are you going to... That's what happens. That's what happens. That's what happens when you don't kill slavers, okay? That's what happens when you're conceding to them. Like, what did you expect? Just like I read the contract and I have to serve you an ad at the top of the hour, and I forgot to run it, so I'm going to run it at the middle of the hour once again. At the middle of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month, okay? Woo! There's 1 minute ad break is here upon us.
of these contracts were dissolved by the occupying Union commanders because it was obvious that the South was just trying to bring back slavery. It was clear to Congress, at least, that much more needed to be done. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 declared all persons born in the United States to be full-fledged citizens, regardless of race or previous condition of servitude. Johnson vetoed the bill, and for the first time ever, Congress voted to override that and push it through anyway. If the wording of that act sounds familiar, that's because it was eventually...
How do you explain this? Some Hasan stan did that. Oh, more reckless calls for regime change. Why does the link in your bio redirect to Hasan? Some Hasan the Hun stan did that, and I just haven't fixed it. Yeah, true. One of you guys bought Ryan Grimm like this as a domain name for me. Y'all are so dumb. Anyway.
Replaced by the 14th Amendment, which didn't get ratified until 1868.
Listen, even this video is triggering enough for me to say some shit that's like teetering on the edge of a ban, okay? If I watch a PragerU like child video where they're just like, slavery was actually really cool and slaves loved being enslaved and they wouldn't want freedom because they wouldn't know what to do with it, I'll lose my fucking mind. And then I'll say some shit that will definitely get me banned, okay? The irony, of course, is like content like that, you know, people can get away with saying that, but you can't say you should, you know, be launched into the fucking sun in a rocket on a one-way trip when you cut videos like that. Like, that's one thing is not allowed, the other one is, because white supremacy.
Andrew Johnson denounced the amendment as usurping state authority. The Reconstruction Act of 1867 ended Johnson's plan and began radical Reconstruction, when the former Confederate states were divided up into 5 military districts, each commanded by a general who enforced the law. It also required the new Southern governments to ratify the 14th Amendment. As you probably guessed, Andrew Johnson also vetoed this bill, and again, it was overridden by Congress, and as a result, 38,000 federal troops were stationed in the South, half of whom were black. And as a further result of this law, the Ku Klux Klan consolidated power and became much more active. The KKK was formed on Christmas Eve 1865, but can trace its origins back to when the Confederate government established militias known as Home Guards to patrol the countryside looking for deserters and runaway slaves. When the war ended,
A similar formation was also happening in the North as well for exactly the same purposes, not the KKK. They didn't call themselves a Klan or anything like that. But yes, this is the basic formation of the police force beginning to be created. That's what police were created to do. Catch runaway slaves. Asset repossession. Because, you know, they thought slaves were not human and simply assets.
Home Guards began a guerrilla campaign against Union troops and eventually turned to terrorism. Entire families of freedmen were lynched. The only way the former slaves were going to be guaranteed their safety and freedom was
if they killed the Klansmen and the Home Guard. Like if they came back and killed them, like murdered them in their homes, legally speaking. Because the war was continuing at that point. But they didn't do that.
With the presence of tens of thousands of federal troops. During the election of 1868, they stood guard outside of every polling place in the South. With the end of the 3/5 compromise, Southern representation in Congress was about to dramatically increase, so they were required to allow black men to vote, even though black people still couldn't vote in most states in the North because the 15th Amendment wouldn't be ratified until 1870.
Federal troops stationed in the South helped secure rights for the newly freed slaves. Hundreds of black men were elected to Southern state legislatures as Republicans, and 22 black Republicans served in the U.S. Congress by 1900.
That's such a funny fucking thing that Republicans say now. It's like, dude, yeah, except you don't the Republican Party doesn't represent those values. And even back then, they didn't fully represent those values either. Like, the Republican and the Democratic Party were very different at a time when, like, there were different material interests that were more that were aligned by region rather than or aligned by whatever your mode of production was in whichever part of the country you were in, rather than the bullshit fucking wedge issues that people care about now, okay? But even if you were to automatically assume every Republican was a good guy and every Democrat was a bad guy, okay, then you have to think about the party switch. But that wasn't technically, that isn't even the full story regardless. And also, why are the people wearing the Confederate flags voting Republican? Like, that's it. That's the question. You have to ask, like, who's wearing the Confederate flag while going out and voting for the Republican Party? Is it not the Democrats that are doing that? It's the Republicans.
I want you to remember that she stopped counting in 1900. Once you have that locked away, she is right. In 1870, 1,500 black politicians began serving in state and federal office. Almost all of them were Republicans because it was the party of Lincoln, obviously. Hiram Revels was the first black US senator, a Republican from Mississippi, believe it or not. That same year, the federal government declared the KKK to be a terrorist organization, and after a riot in South Carolina, President Ulysses S.
Literally more woke than now, dude.
Grant declared martial law and suspended habeas corpus for any suspected members. This completely destroyed the Ku Klux Klan by 1872. You won't believe what brought them back, but we'll get to that. The presidential election of 1876 split the popular and electoral vote, a situation we're all too familiar with these days. As a result, we ended up with the Compromise of 1877. Southern Democrats, who now held a majority in Congress, would accept Republican Rutherford B. Hayes as president in return for the removal of federal troops from the South. Have you noticed that all of our compromises just end up being concessions to the South? This was the definitive end of
like the greatest losers of all time, dude. Always. Like, it's fucking wild, bro. It is wild. America's so fucking racist. I'm sorry. I mean, this is a great video. This is actually an awesome video. Showcasing step by step exactly how fucking white supremacist America is. That, like, it's always they lose and they cry and then they still win in the end, because the people that they want to fucking subjugate, the people that want to rule over, are black people, and those in the North also do not see black people as like whole human beings.
Reconstruction. Without federal troops or the Freedmen's Bureau around, white supremacist violence and intimidation was allowed to run wild. But more importantly, Southern governments were free to do whatever they wanted. Immediately after the Civil War and throughout Reconstruction, every Southern state enacted what would later become known as black codes. We all learn about these in school, right? But can you actually describe a black code? My guess is you probably have this confused with an early form of segregation. They weren't allowed in certain public spaces, interracial marriage was outlawed, that kind of stuff. Or maybe you think this restricted voting or property rights.
With measures like black codes, laws that restricted the ability of blacks to own property and run businesses, and they imposed poll taxes and literacy tests used to subvert black citizens' right to vote.
Most of that stuff doesn't come along until way later. So what is a black code? These were a set of laws written in a colorblind fashion, making it a crime for everyone. But in practice, they were only ever illegal for black people.
For the record, that is literally how American laws are still written to this day. That's why Ben Shapiro can get away with saying, actually, racism is outlawed. Point to a single racist the law. You could have said that back then too, motherfucker. It's not like the literacy tests specifically were like only black people are not allowed and only black people need to fucking take a literacy test, or only black people need to do a poll tax. No, it was specifically written in a way where they would say if your grandparents were not allowed to fucking vote, then you weren't allowed to vote without a literacy test. So that's precisely the same fucking bullshit that Republicans have been doing, or conservatives have been doing since, perpetuity, since the beginning of time. And they fucking said it was to protect from voter fraud. So that's why whenever dumb bitches always fucking say like, oh, what's racist? Point to what's racist. Always remind yourself that like it's never like, the law is never going to say like, fuck black people, even though it used to, actually. They literally did used to say that. But, they don't have to directly call out black people. And the Republican Party currently does not do that. They move on to different things. They can't say it's race. Okay, they can't say it's black people's inferior race. So they say it's culture. It's actually culture. Okay. Oh, it's just like black culture is the reason why they're left behind. Okay.
Which is probably why we don't really learn about these in school. This is somewhat uncomfortable to talk about because we think of the law as neutral. If it says murder is illegal, it's illegal for everyone. But we're not talking about violence or theft here. The black codes were basically made up social crimes, most of which were victimless. The most important and egregious one was vagrancy, which is the act of being unemployed, usually defined as when a laborer or servant loiters away his time. Do you see why so many of the recently freed slaves signed labor contracts with their former owners? Many states imposed fines on or made it illegal for black people to work in any industry other than agriculture or domestic service. So congratulations, you're free to do whatever you want, as long as it's the thing you were already doing as a slave. It was also against the law to quit your job or break a labor contract, which was prosecuted as fraud or false pretenses, as they called it in many states. As a white person, you couldn't hire—
By the way, this is also part of the reason why black struggle and black liberation has always been fucking slanted towards socialism in this country. And that's why a lot of the historic figures, if not all of them, most prominent historical black figures have been socialists, from MLK to Fred Hampton. So during the civil rights struggle, and then ironically, everyone called them communists as well, and as a counter against them. So because their struggle also revolved around labor protection, labor laws.
Freedmen without proper discharge paperwork from their previous employer. This meant that as a black person in the South, you had to have a white person who could speak for you as your employer, or at the very least, former employer. If you didn't have that protection, you ran the risk of being arrested for vagrancy. Since the road system in the South wasn't very robust, if you wanted to get from one place to another, the easiest way was to hop on a freight train, which was illegal without a ticket. The second easiest way was to walk alongside the track, which was trespassing. Gambling, drinking, and even carrying a concealed weapon were crimes for black people only. That can include anything from a gun to a knife to a razor. Using obscene or offensive language or talking too loudly in the presence of a white woman was illegal. Remember this?
I'm gonna tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
This has been going on for over 150 years. White women have always held a special power over black men. Interracial sexual relations were illegal, but only if it was a black man with a white woman, and even then, only the black man was punished. They prosecuted that under miscegenation or adultery, depending on the circumstances. Many states also passed what were called pig laws, elevating what would have been a petty crime to the level of a felony. Stealing a pig worth $1 would get you 5 years in prison. The theft of an 8-cent fence post was enough to get you sentenced to hard labor. And now we're getting to the point, because as soon as these laws were in place, the South began to use the black codes to transition away from slavery and towards convict labor. You probably think I'm talking about chain gangs, but those don't happen until much later. Before the Civil War, the judicial system was exclusively designed for white people. If a black person committed a crime, I'm sorry to say, but it was viewed the same way as your dog committing a crime. They were chattel property, so punishment was left to the owner. Even after the war, prisons were few and far between. Only the worst crimes were punished with jail time. Most of the black codes just involved a fine or hard labor. So these laws weren't designed to put black people behind bars. They were designed to put them—
For the record, everything that this man is describing, this is the Knowing Better video, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, the part of history you've always skipped, slavery. The thing that you need to understand is, like, Republicans want you to not learn this history. And they will literally turn around and be like, oh, black people hearing this history will make them feel bad. And then that's the reason why they're actually left behind, and not the actual, like, material circumstances that they were forced into, as is being explained. It's the mere mention of that that's like killing black people, even though Most black people, unfortunately, are products of a white supremacist education system and therefore don't even get this kind of information for the most part. Which is true. If you go to an American public school, in a lot of circumstances, you are not hearing this stuff. You are not learning this stuff, even as a black person. That kind of conditioning is I mean, that's crazy. Like, that's literally, it's baked into your fucking ID. It's baked into your existence at that point. Also, this is part of the reason why it's like people say chattel slavery is a little bit different, or that America is one of the most racist fucking countries on the planet. Okay? Anyway. It's worse. They don't even pretend it's about black people now. They just say it will hurt white people's feelings. Yeah. Or they now say when a white person hears this, it makes them feel bad. So we shouldn't learn about it. Because it might hurt white people's feelings.
Them to work. The first system I want to talk about is convict leasing. It's one of those things that we all learn about eventually, usually by watching The Shawshank Redemption, which, while being a good example, is also an extremely sanitized one. To truly understand how this scheme played out, we have to let go of all of our modern ideas of how the criminal justice system is supposed to work. At this point in history, police departments barely existed, and even then, only in major cities. Do you know what a notary public is? They're someone entrusted by the government to witness signatures on contracts. You can find them in banks, post offices, grocery stores. Hell, some of you watching this might even be a notary public. Well, back in the day, justices of the peace functioned in the same way. They were innkeepers, tailors, and even plantation owners who adjudicated crime at the county level, which was most crime at this point. It was rare for the state or federal government to get involved. County law enforcement was handled by an elected sheriff, but this was usually just an administrative role. The actual work was done by
anarchists be like, this is pretty good actually. I'm sorry.
By appointed deputies who could be storekeepers, grocers, and again, plantation owners. Can you figure out what's about to happen here? A sheriff's deputy, a bounty hunter, or sometimes just a random white person.
I see nothing wrong with this. This is a democratic organization. I mean, this is great actually.
Would seize a black man walking along a railroad track and take him to the nearest justice of the peace / tavern owner. The justice would invariably find them guilty of something. They would impose a fine or sentence them to hard labor, which basically allowed the government to sell the convict to the highest bidder. In 1866, both Alabama and Texas leased hundreds of their prisoners to railroad companies. Within a few years, Mississippi convicts were back working on cotton plantations, and Tennessee had sent theirs across the border into the mines of Birmingham. By the time Reconstruction ended, every southern state and county.
But guys, that was a long time ago. Good thing we've actually, abolished slavery. Oh wait, no, we didn't. And I assume the rest of this video is going to talk about that. But good thing we stopped that, right? I mean, slave labor was completely. It was, 13th Amendment. It's gone. Slave labor is gone. What? Slave labor is gone. It's certainly it ended, right? Right?
At a convict leasing program. They didn't really generate much revenue for the government, but they were seen as a benefit because it saved them from having to pay for housing and food for the prisoners. The main purpose of convict leasing was to keep the Southern economy moving with a nearly free labor force. Birmingham, Alabama was founded in 1871 as a steel manufacturing hub for the South, but its origins trace back to when the Confederacy financed the first blast furnaces and put slaves in the various coal mines. This is a natural continuation of the industrial slavery we were talking about earlier. After the war ended, companies like Tennessee Coal, Iron, and Rail switched from leasing slaves from nearby farms to leasing convicts from the government. On March 30th, 1908, Green Cottenham was arrested for riding a freight train without a ticket. When no evidence or witnesses could be produced to support that charge, the judge declared him guilty of vagrancy. He was sentenced to 3 months of hard labor, extended to 6 months and 6 days to cover the court fees. Shelby County, Alabama then leased him to the Tennessee Coal, Iron, and Rail
That's
Company.
justice, baby. That's how it works. It's justice. Better believe it. Right.
Which put him to work on slope number 12 of the Pratt mines near Birmingham. They paid the county $12 a month for his labor. He died of disease 5 months into his sentence. Tennessee Coal, Iron, and Rail entered into its first convict leasing contract with the state of Alabama in 1888, paying anywhere from $9 to $18 a month, depending on the prisoner. By 1900...
I love this guy goes, and it was 100 years ago. Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but like there's a whole ass another hour of this video. Where do you think he's going with this? With the convict leasing thing? Where do you think he's going with that, you think? Huh? I wonder why he's talking about how, you know, slavery never ended in America. I wonder. I mean, there's a whole lot. You think this is just like individual instances from like, you know, 18 whatever?
There would be over 1,000 convicts working the mines, less than 70 of which were white. It's easy not to care about these people because they're criminals, right? If you don't want to do hard labor, maybe don't commit crimes. But it's worth asking what
That's a lib moment.
These people did that got them there.
For the record, I disagree. Even if you are a criminal, it's not even about like, oh, you're unjustifiably incriminated and are convicted of a crime. Even if you are a criminal, you should not be subjected to this.
1990, Alabama conducted a survey of all the convicts they sent into the Pratt mines. Among the felonies, there were 11 for false pretense, which is quitting your job or breaking a labor contract, 7 for bigamy, 6 for miscegenation, which is interracial sexual relations, 4 for homosexuality, and 2 for illegal voting. Among the misdemeanors, there were 94.
Make America great again, baby. What do you mean? Illegal voting. You know, like voting while black. Very different than today. Definitely doesn't happen now. Oh, wait, fuck. God damn it. I think he's saying that it's still happening.
For petty theft, 46 for carrying a concealed weapon, 24 for false pretense, 24 for obscene language, 19 for gambling,
what?
13 for selling whiskey, 8 not given, don't worry, we'll come back to that, 7 for vagrancy, 5 for violating a contract with a white employer, 3 for bastardry, and 2 for selling cotton after sunset. Selling cotton after sunset? I thought this was America. How could the time of day affect the legality of the free exchange of goods and services? It didn't. After sunset was code. Whenever you see that, just substitute it with the phrase, for black people. This is how sundown towns worked, because